of Saturday Night Photo Review. We already have David Moots Photography in here and Jeffrey Neville from Selective Imagery. Jeffrey's down in the war zone, the hurricane war zone. So I'm surprised that he's in here tonight, but glad to see it. And you had minimal damage, didn't you, Jeffrey?
Yeah, just a little bit roof damage, but it got fixed today. So I'll stay
Good.
dry, and then you won't see any water dripping on my head while we're on the show.
All right. All right, man. Great. Already got people over in the chat. I see Paul Connors, Greg Corker, Woody Mallory. All right, Woody, you're in here tonight. I know it might get late for you, Woody. I don't know where your photo is in the lineup, but we will get to it. Mr. Rock and Roll himself, Vahagan, Vahography.
Hagen.
Vahagan, are you working tonight? John Young, Joe Stroud's in here tonight for his photo. Roy Bigsby, James, J-Rod Photo Art. All right. Oh, and wait a minute. Here we go. Mr. Z Wade Photo.
What up, y'all?
Z Wade in you know what?
Yeah.
It looks like Z Wade.
No, it's the Z Wade in,
The Z Wade.
Yeah.
Albert Jimenez, Greg Wilson Nature Photography, and Jose de Leon. He's from Puerto Rico. He's a new subscriber today, and glad to see you in here, Jose. Welcome. All right.
The most professional sounding unprofessional group of photographers you have found. We sure can talk the talk, but none of us can walk the walk.
Yes.
We have to come up with better names because our real names kind of stink,
Morning to you, Yaman. Good to see you in here, man. All right. Hey, Woody, I'm going to find your photo. It's going to be one of the first I bring up because I know you're not going to be in here too long tonight. I understand that. So when we get rolling here in just a minute, we'll pull your photo up first. All right, gentlemen, this is our monthly photo review, not critique. If you would like to be critiqued, for those that are in here, Gustavo, good to see you. Shiny object there. Sorry, got sidetracked. If you would like us to critique your photo, by all means, let us know. The phone number is scrolling across the bottom. And WhatsApp, I even have, oh, wait a minute. You know what? I probably ought to turn the phone on. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? But you can call in on the phone number scrolling across the bottom, or you can just chat from the chat room. I appreciate everybody putting something in the subject line so I could pick your email out of the many that I get. I think I found everybody. I found one at the last minute I had overlooked, but I think I have everybody. If you got a response from me for your photo, then you're in the folder for tonight.
I didn't get a response.
No, you didn't because it was last minute.
Well, I actually, whenever I asked what the dimensions were on the long side, I was like, oh, you know what? I bet it's in the description, and it absolutely was.
Yes, sir.
But
yes,
you don't have to pull mine. I didn't know what to send anyway because I don't have anything that's not already on YouTube. So.
Well, yeah, whatever you wanted. And I had a couple of people ask me to confirm. I said, whatever you would like to send is fine. This is just for, us to, it's your opportunity to showcase some of your work. And I think everybody would like to do that from time to time. I put a poll up today asking if, people would rather, the question, would you rather have share on social media sites, a review that shares on social media, or would you like to have a full-on photo critique, or you don't care? It's just a matter of showcasing your photography. And I don't know what the numbers are yet, but hang on. Let me get the phone connected. Phone is connected.
Hey. Hello, Vahagen, my friend.
The Godfather. I don't know who that would be.
That's you, Chuck. The Godfather of live streams.
Hey, Chuck, I have a question for you before we get rolling. I can't remember the first time I came on, but we've got to be coming up on a year, right? Since the first time we Chatty?
I think I picked this back up in October, so yeah, it's not far from a year.
Was I your first guest, or did you have somebody? Were you doing this long before I came on the stream?
No, no, not long. I wasn't doing it before you came, or before you came on the stream. Yeah, a little bit. I think T-Mid was actually the first person to come in, and he was brave enough to say, "Well, I'll give this guy a chance. I'll go on there live." Hey, Todd, I did get your photo. That's the one that I had overlooked, and it's in the folder now. Sorry, I didn't have a chance. That was me doing a once over at the last minute to make sure that I
I
had
guess
everybody.
I guess you going on vacation kind of sped up. I could have swore that just a couple weeks ago I missed the last photo review, but I guess you just going on vacation just screwed up my sense of time on your streams.
Yeah, I don't remember the date for that one, but it's always the first Saturday in each month. So whatever the date
Yeah.
may be, but the first Saturday. I figured
It,
that
it
would be
did
the
seem
easiest way
it did seem quick.
Maybe it's
Because of
just
that.
because it's the 1st of October, like it just changed months,
Yeah.
So maybe that's why.
Uh-oh. I heard another bloop. Here we go. Mr.
Uh-oh.
Well, if I can get it to open up, Mr.
Who is it?
Vitali, Touch
Hey,
Light
hey.
Studios. Some of you guys may have seen his review recently. He did two, one on the Z9 after 6 months of work with the Z9, and then another on the autofocus. And both of those are fantastic, Vitali. No audio. Try her again. Nope.
Awful
Don't feel
sultry
bad.
voice you got over there, Vitali.
Don't feel bad. We have to have
he's
somebody.
he's a very soft-spoken individual.
Yeah. What did
Hey.
we say before we started? Somebody's going to have audio issues.
Hey,
There you go.
Michael,
This is
I see,
absolute truth.
I see your comment over there, Michael, and as soon as we get this up and going, I would love to answer that for you.
Oh,
As soon as we get Vitali's
Vitali, you just
audio figured out here.
go ahead. You got it up? No, not hearing it. It's all right. You keep working on it, and when you've got it ready, we hear you. We'll come back to you, brother.
Now, Z-Way, do not tell Michael, quit now, save money.
No, I was just what I was gonna tell Michael while Touch Life is working out the audio. The first thing you have to do is check out Triangle Space, which if you go, I'm sponsored by Triangle Space. No, I'm totally kidding. The first thing
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, there he
How
is.
about now?
Yep.
What
Yeah.
is it now?
Yeah, it's good.
All right,
Beautiful.
there you go. Back in business.
All right. Well, glad you're in here, Vitali.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right, let me
Go
hit
ahead.
this. Yeah,
Finish
let me
up
hit this
there,
real
Zach.
quick.
Yep.
The first thing I would do, Michael, is I don't know what kind of photography you do, but if you're wanting to get into professional work, you need a good portfolio of a variety of things. So let's say you want to do weddings, I would get a good variety of weddings that really kind of show your style. If you have like a unique spin on your photography, make sure you put your best foot forward for the sake of getting stuff out there. Don't just throw a bunch of stuff onto your professional portfolio, your website or whatever. You want your best foot forward. And if you do portraits specifically, get some senior photos in there. Of course, you'll need permission if they're under 18. So some senior photos, some couples, some engagement. Get like a nice variety on a website of some sort. I wouldn't do Facebook. It destroys your photos, but that's my advice.
All right. I disagree. Vaga, but thank you very much. You're gonna make me blush.
Hey, you were very red in the face one show, if I remember.
Yeah, I got a lot of sun that day. No doubt about it.
Last time Chuck was on a rant, man, he looked like this solo cup here.
There you go. There you go. All right. How many professional versus amateur photographers are in the group here? That's a good question. Maybe we'll have to put that to a poll one day. I'll figure out how to do that. But I'm not a
I always
professional.
wonder if anybody can be a professional amateur.
I guess you can't. Well, you can because that you can get into Nikon uh, USA or be an NPS member as a professional amateur. That's obvious.
Ooh, ooh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get started on Nikon so fast
I
tonight.
see Nikon marketing spinning duck wheel again.
I resemble that remark, Chuck.
Honestly, I guess
No,
guess
you
it
don't.
kind of-
You're a great photographer, man. When
I-
people start asking how to turn a camera on because they just bought it, I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's a lot of those Z9 questions out there.
I feel like you kind of know, and I don't think we've ever agreed on, or anybody agrees on, like what's professional, because I guess technically professional isn't a skill set. It's whether or not that's how you make your living.
That's the way I see it. If it
Yeah.
pays the bills, then you're a pro. Hence, profession like carpenter, electrician.
I guess I consider myself, or even though I don't really I haven't taken any work this year, I still consider myself a professional for the only reason is that whenever we go out, people ask me how to do things and I tell them and it gets the job done. And so I think it's that simple for me.
Yeah. How many people are going to go out and hire an amateur electrician to fix their electrical work? Uh-oh. Special guest appearance live from California, Vahagan.
What's going on, man?
Again.
Hey,
What's up, man?
hey, I want to tell you guys something. You got
We're all
Cool
ears,
advice.
we're all
Hear me.
quiet.
Losing
of all-
audio with Vahagan.
first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Barely,
Sort
yeah.
of, sort
Okay.
of.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna get out, but Vital and what's going on? One thing I want to tell you guys: ever photography community ever. Nothing comes. You are the man. You are the man. No, I'm telling you, this is the best photo community, and people wish it can be like this. I've been searching all over. No other community like this. We are tight-lit. We are brothers, every one of you, and that's it. I just want to say that and I get out because, in a beautiful location. But that's all I got to say, man. I'm lucky to be a part of it. I appreciate what we have here.
Yeah,
All right?
I do. Yeah, I do too, Vahagan. Thank you.
Yeah, don't take it for granted. That's for sure. It's nice to have instead of the fellowship of the ring, we have the fellowship of the camera.
I knew somebody would have to go geek on us.
The fellowship of the aperture ring.
The fellowship of the aperture. Yes,
Yeah.
aperture ring.
I'm
Oh,
telling you guys, this is we have here with Vitali and, everyone here, Jeffrey and Boots, Z-Wade, Mozman, everybody here, man. Each and every one of you. And you know what? We have something special. Never forget. And you know what? Hey, it's time to have some fun.
absolutely.
Rock and roll and AP Studios, Chuck, you're doing. And hey, Chuck, this sunset's for you, man.
Beautiful. Thank you,
That's a
brother.
beautiful
Thank-
sunset.
Yeah,
That's
thank
for
you.
you. We have something special from the heart, like a brother. I love you and love each and every one of you. So, rock and roll. So,
Thanks,
guys,
thanks,
I'm gonna
buddy.
get out.
Thanks,
I'm
buddy.
gonna-
Thanks for the kind
I'm
words,
not gonna
Vahagan.
disrupt this. Dude, you're welcome. Vitali, rock and roll, man. Hey, I watch each and every one of you guys' videos, and I love it. And I don't want to get too I don't want to say this but we have something special. That's all I gotta say. So let's Godfather, rock and roll. I love you. and let's go. I'm gonna
All right,
kick
brother.
back, and I'm gonna enjoy the sunset. I had a wedding last night. But look at this, man.
It's beautiful.
Looks great, man.
Look at-
Jealous.
I had to chime in and say I love every one of you guys. So let's go.
All right,
do
brother. Let's kick it off.
Enjoy the evening,
All right.
Bahagan.
Have a
Thanks,
good one.
Vahagan.
All right,
Later.
guys.
Have a good one.
Oh, let's conquer the world. Love you guys. Bye.
Later,
All
buddy.
right, brother.
It's nice to see boats floating on top of the water instead of
All
under
right.
the water.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I want to
his-
kick this off for a minute, even if we take a break after. But Woody Mallory's in here, and he's one of those folks that's up early and to bed early. So I want to cover his photo because he wanted to jump in tonight and add a photo. So let's kick it off with his photo here real quick.
Let's do it.
So, all right, let me pull it up here. And hang on, I will share the screen. I'm running out of space over here in the green room. All right.
How you running out of you're running out of space? Oh, you mean okay. You're
On the
I
side
thought
of
you-
the screen.
I thought you were talking about like in your house. I'm like, aren't you supposed to be
Yeah.
packing?
So here you go, Mr. Woody Mallory. And thanks, Woody, for submitting a photo. Sorry, it's small. It's just the way it works out here. But what do you guys think about Woody's photo? And Woody, just by all means, drop some comments in there and tell us what you did, how you did it.
Chuck, I'm gonna need, or not Chuck, or maybe Chuck. He's a bird guy. Somebody that shoots birds. I'll need help identifying what kind of bird that is.
Well,
That's
let's go
immature
to.
bald eagle.
Yeah, your bald eagles, right? Yep.
See, I would have said a crow.
Well, if I see a crow like that coming at me, I'm running like you know what.
The beak should have told me something,
Yeah.
but
It's an immature baldy,
Yeah.
okay.
just like me.
I mean, I like the shot. I mean, it's obviously a somewhat cloudy, overcast day, a little bit of sun trying to peek through. I don't know what software you use to edit your photos in, but for me, this would be a photo where I would do the select subject in Lightroom, and I would maybe bring up the shadows a little bit or the black a little bit, and that's all I would do with it.
Yeah, it's just it's underexposed. If you I don't know
Yeah.
how you set your camera up, but you need to dial in some exposure comp when you're pointing up at the sky like that to lighten your subject up, because your camera is trying to turn everything to gray there. So it's just underexposed, and use your exposure comp. I don't know what you had your settings at, but other than that, it's recoverable for the most
Yeah.
part.
Yeah,
It's sharp.
Nothing you can't tweak a little bit, and you're going to be right there for a nice print on your wall.
Man, that's great, Woody. Hey, Woody, thanks for sticking around with us. I hope he stuck around long enough for us to get to it here. But hang on, get some stuff out of the way on my screen here. Anyway, thanks for the submission. And we got a bunch of photos in here, guys. First thing I have to do is comment on the top. I don't know who. Hang on a minute. Hello. Hello.
Chuck?
Yes.
How you doing, Woody?
Oh, hey, Woody.
Hey, I appreciate the feedback, and I can tell you a little bit about the photo. Of the four I sent you, that would have been one I probably would not have wanted you to show, but that's fine.
Sorry.
The Wildlife Center of Virginia used that as the cover photo for.
I'm sorry, Woody. I lost you there for a second. Go ahead.
Okay. That particular photo there, the Wildlife Center of Virginia used that particular photo as the cover photo for their YouTube channel when they covered
Nice.
the event.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, and the other photos I sent you, of course, I think I did have the exposure better on those, but that's neither here nor there. But that's a 4-month-old juvenile bald eagle. Him and his sibling fell out of a nest, and they rescued it and got it where they could release it. And when they released them, they were about 4 months old, and they were just absolutely enormous at that age.
Wow.
It's
And
scary
as far as
how
the
fast
conditions,
they
it was
grow
right in the
up.
middle of the day. It was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a 100-degree day. So
Man.
a lot of challenges going with that, but
Is that
it was
you were talking about a release? This may not be the release you were talking about on Facebook, but I saw some of your posts about.
yeah. This is the same one. This was back in August.
Okay.
Yeah, and Lake Anna is about 35 minutes from my home,
Okay.
so it was easy to get to. And they released 2 of them that day.
Okay. Well, hey, Woody, thanks
Well,
a lot.
it's
man.
good that you even got them, because I went to an eagle release once in a park, and they had it in a, in a caged enclosure, and they were going to open up the cage, and we all knew that it was going to take off so fast out of that cage, and everybody's trying to guess which way it's going to fly. And there were a lot of shutters going off, and there were very few that even got a picture of it. The thing just took off and changed direction and flew so fast. It was, before you could count to 2, it was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first eagle, they had to coax the first eagle out of the cage. It took a while, but the second one flew straight out.
Yeah.
And both of them actually did flyovers. They flew out towards the lake and then came back around and flew back over us again. So I think I took 140 photos in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And,
It makes you feel
used the
good
D500 and the 500 PS.
Okay.
Makes you feel good when you're there to see something like that.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of eagles around this area. I've got an eagle nest probably 20 minutes from my house. It's right off main road, and I start watching for them in about another month. They'll start coming back into the nest and getting it ready.
Yeah, everybody's commenting. Greg just said the same thing. Looks like an immature bald eagle. Of course, we know that now, and
Yeah.
that's what Jeffrey and David were saying.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pigeon, but great shot either way.
Yeah, some of us don't know birds.
I don't.
Well, and
Yeah,
regardless that this is underexposed, the pose is perfect.
Yeah, that's why
It's
I
a
chose
good
that one.
capture.
Yeah.
Everything about it is good.
But if you want to see some of the other photos that the Wildlife Center of Virginia put on their website, just go to Wildlife Center of Virginia, and in the search bar, just punch in double eagle release Lake Anna, and they'll tell you about it. And you scroll down, and you'll see the eagle numbers. Just click on one of those, and then they show everybody's photo, and then you go down below that, they show the actual video that they produced for the event. It's a pretty exciting thing. I try to go to all of the Wildlife Center of Virginia eagle releases that I can.
That's great, Woody.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
No, appreciate you sharing.
Thanks for the
with us
submission.
tonight. Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging
come
in
on.
here. I wanted to
All
get
right,
to it before we got carried away, and then
Well, we may
Yeah,
get carried
I
away
appreciate it.
anyway, but
all right.
And
Woody.
as far, I think Jeffrey was asking, as far as the software I use, the one thing I'm using now is the NXT software from Nikon, the free one.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
So that's that's actually great software,
Yeah.
except
That's
for
the
the
one
fact
that
that
has
it's
the
extremely
viewpoint.
slow.
is that the one that has the U-point technology where you put a dot over a certain area and adjust all the features?
I'm not sure NX Studio has that, but
Or
What's that?
does
was
it have like
talking
a
about
control point or
the
something?
Nix
you
the
can put
Nix
over the-
software has that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I
hey,
used
Woody,
to
we're
use
doing
the-
this every month, first Saturday of every month. Love for you to join us each Saturday. You
Yeah.
know.
Keep.
All right.
keep
Appreciate
sending
it, Chuck. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Okay. Well, there's Mr. Woody Mallory's photo. I wanted to get it in because I know he wouldn't be hanging around long, and I'm glad you guys Help me out there. All right, so we got a bunch of photos to go through. Do we have any more chat before we get started? And I know people got mad at me the last time, spending too much time running my yap before. I will throttle this back, move to the beginning. I've got another photo here. It's coming up, guys. Whoever sent this photo, I am absolutely embarrassed. I did not pull your name from the email. I've got everybody else's name, but I don't remember who sent it. So if you recognize this photo, please.
Oh, his name is in the bottom right corner.
Is it? I can't see it.
How Jay?
Oh, Johnny. This is Johnny. I did.
Hermeto.
I know I changed. That's Johnny. Johnny, you in here tonight? I don't know if he was going to be in here, but I think he may be one that said he wouldn't be available, but would watch tomorrow. So I know, guys, it's hard to see. It's one of those photos you got to have right in front of you. But I kind of like the serene, look. Maybe a few minutes earlier when there was just a little bit more light. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I like the colors of it. It took me a second to see what was on the bottom right corner. It took me a second to realize that those were boats. And so I'm kind of with Chuck a little bit earlier or a little bit longer of an exposure would have probably helped me catch that a little bit faster. I like that bird sitting on that rock though. It's kind of or a log or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably a great blue heron or something.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I thought that was a pigeon too. Dadgummit.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's why you're not a wildlife photographer.
If you say pigeon, if you say pigeon every time, you're going to be right every once in a while.
Right.
By accident.
Yeah, there you go.
Her photo said he would have dropped the horizon line just a touch to get more of the sky, maybe. Okay. Yeah, it does kind of split the middle, doesn't it?
I like that in landscapes personally. I like an even match. I like whenever the landscapes cut the center, as long as there's water like this to catch some of the color.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. Thank you, Johnny. Got it up there. Everybody found your name in the corner. Appreciate that. All right. So this is well, I tell you, guys, I forget who everybody is. This is Antonio Prado. Mr. Prado. I like it. I like the reflection. Yeah.
Yeah. This is one where it makes sense to put the line right in the middle because, I mean, that's a good way to do it with this. That's pretty much the only way to do it with a picture like this.
I am jealous that I can't go wherever this is. This is a really cool scene. Now, is it snowy or is this infrared?
I don't know.
I'm guessing it's snowy. That's my guess.
It very well could be infrared because the foliage, I don't know.
It's got that kind of yellowish hue and then blasted white that you kind of see from it. It's really cool. I like the double reflection of because this cloud over here. I looked at the reflections first because that's where my eyes always go, and I thought it was another mountain, but it's not. It's clouds, and so that's really cool.
Yeah, it looks like zoom in on it again, Chuck, if you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it just a big ice flow? Yeah, that's what it looks like.
No, I think it's actually.
I think it's infrared.
Oh, it does look like I do see. Yeah.
There's a house right here I didn't catch until we zoomed, or no, just some kind of building back here.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Either that or it's all covered in ice.
But you would think there would be some ice in the water.
True.
I don't know. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Because the buildings, I don't know.
Some kind of structure.
It's making a talk, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those photos you want to look at. But I agree on the composition because you want this reflection here as well.
Pretty much an even gap from the peak to the top of the frame and the other way around. So that's good.
Nice.
All right, very nice, very nice. Thanks for the submission. All right, this is Ted Art Bear or ATR Bear.
Almost got the classic heart shape.
I think
Yeah.
that's what he was looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what most people try to get when they get to those.
Yeah, you gotta have heart, right?
Yeah.
Ted, thanks for the submission, brother. I like
That's
it.
really cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen a more beautiful pigeon photo. It's, absolutely
Yeah.
stunning.
Well, those are those giant pigeons that only live in certain parts of the country.
These are the
Yeah.
long neck pigeons.
The elusive pigeon giraffes of South Carolina.
Absolutely. I like when you find sometimes some of these photos wind up, especially with the white birds. It's dark enough that they can catch them in a spotlight, basically with heavy shade behind them. You've seen those where it's just the birds that stand out in the water.
Hey,
Pretty cool.
Roy Bixby says real swans are black. You know what? If Australian swans are black, they're probably incredibly poisonous too, because everything in Australia will kill you. You can keep your black swans.
Oh man. All right. Thanks, Ted. Appreciate it, buddy. Wish you were in here to talk about it.
I like the flow of this, Chuck. I haven't been a part of one of the kind
This is
of
beautiful.
keeping it flowing. It's wonderful, and that's a
Yeah, we're trying to, because as I calculated it, at 6 minutes per photo, it's almost 3 hours. So
Mosman will love that, but I can't.
Well, no, Mosman will be disappointed because he wants us to try to make it to 5 one of these days, because we were a few minutes shy of 5, I think, is the record. So
what do you guys think of this? I love it. I love the way. Now it is. It looks like it's blown out, but when you zoom in, there is still detail.
I don't think it.
I was going to say, I like the bridge leading into, which draws you to the bird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's the bridge.
It's almost such perfect timing that it's like a composite.
Yeah. Vitali, you're awful quiet. You're not a bird person.
Yeah, well,
either.
I am listening a lot of it. Trying to learn more about the bird photography and landscapes. That's not something my purview. So it's interesting to hear your feedback. So sometimes when I see images like this, I try to, from time to time when I do some of the landscape and wildlife, I try to crop, different ways just to see if there's a better composition. So as you were zooming in on this one, I almost kind of, it stood out to me. If you have only a bird in the background and you don't see the bridge, it kind of pops. So I don't know. That kind of caught my eye for a moment.
Right.
Well, I got a few things on this picture. Is like the lower wing exposure, I think is perfect. The one above is not blown out, but you could have taken a paintbrush and took the highlight and hit highlights and tried to knock it down just a tad, maybe. But I wonder when you the only thing I think I would have thought about is the area that's black. I don't know if what is showing is where there's nothing of really interest in the black. The fact that it's black makes you focus on the bird, which is a good thing. But I don't know if I might have gone in and forced the sides where there's a little bit of leaves showing or whatever. I might have blackened the rest of that out on purpose so that you don't see anything.
Well, I think there are a lot of ways to attack the edit on this.
Right. There's a lot of ways to look at this and not really knowing what the background was, and one could say, well, should you have lightened it up?
I have a question.
Darken the whole thing. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it.
Go ahead, Zach.
I have a question on it, because whenever I'm looking at this, I suppose, I do this kind of thing in post-processing all the time, but I with the way that the background is being so dark, and this probably isn't the case because it's wildlife, but this kind of feels like Flash was used, which I don't know how it would be so perfect that it would fly right in front of that. But with the back being so dark as if you were to kill the ambient light,
Mm-hmm.
and then the bird is illuminated. So I would just like to know if this is somehow, if you're able to set it up to where it is flash, because that's what it looks like to me, or if this truly is post-processing.
So
But-
I've seen this actually and didn't get a shot of it, but I didn't have a camera at the time. But I've seen photos like this, and where the background, the shade along the bank is pretty dark, and there's one little beam of light that comes through the trees. Instead of dappled light with a model standing under a tree where it's just bits and pieces of light, where there's one hole in the canopy or sort of in the canopy, and a bird flies through it, and somebody dropped a comment that said, yeah, right here, I got it up there. Luck favors those that practice. And if you're ready for something like that, that's just one of those fantastic photos. Now, I don't know that that's what happened. I don't know if there was some other editing that went on. And,
Well, it looks planned to me. It looks like a planned shot, like he was purposely standing on that bridge or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Maybe waiting. And he's got, the wings are froze, so it's got a high enough shutter speed. That's why that background is so dark back there, because of the fast shutter speed. I'm assuming because the wings are froze.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah,
solid there.
I don't think he used any flash at all. I think it was just a thing with the settings.
I think it's all
done
just,
that, too.
high shutter speed and dark background. And, I don't know the light, what it was like, that day
Well,
there.
and that's something I wanted to bring up too, Jeffrey, David, is that fast shutter speed, and it obviously was.
Mhm.
I mean, look how crisp the outline
it's
is.
crisp. The
Yeah.
wings are totally frozen.
It wouldn't take much shade in the background to go black.
Yeah.
You're shooting at 1/1000th or something like that.
Yeah.
And-
I'm sure
and
that's
if the
most
sun
time.
is-
He's probably at least 1/2000th to have everything sharp like that for a bird that size, because they move pretty good. I mean, they're
Chuck,
not
can I ask you a
sparrows, but
question?
They move pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a way to look at the file and see if there's any metadata to see what kind of lens was used and whether flash was used or shutter speed?
I can, and maybe we'll do that in a minute. Remember this photo if you want to see it. The only reason I hesitate to do it now is it got us in trouble the last time. We got so far behind on photos because we just dwelled too long on every photo. So we'll see where we're at when we get to the end of the line. But bring that up, Vitali, and I can go back into Bridge and see if there's any metadata. But good question. Good question.
Yeah.
All
But
right,
good
David
job
Brandsma.
anyway. That's bottom line is good job.
That's David Brandsma.
Are you kidding, Vitaly? It was obviously shot with a fisheye. I love this.
This is a
stuff.
photo I love too. It's Art
great.
Deco-ish.
Yeah, great
I
photo.
love it. And the colors are beautiful.
That looks like
Yeah.
a Hasselblad file.
I think it's just fantastic. The old Pontiac head on the hood ornament.
The colors and everything. If the car in the background, everything's
Yep.
perfect.
I like the paint checking, and yeah, that's cool.
I think this is the right combination of colors. You know how when you look at the color wheel, and I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
the yellow and blue, this is just what makes the photo pop. Because of the right combination of colors.
So this is Dana Garrett. Dana, thank you very much for the submission. You got
Yeah.
a winner here.
Very nice, and that chrome strip adds a nice little separator in there too with the paint colors too.
Yeah, man, I like this kind of stuff. Like everybody else, when they take pictures of cars, they take a picture of the car, and I take a picture of like the rusted brackets and bolts and stuff under
Yeah.
the hood. That's the kind of stuff I like. I like it in this sense with like a real shallow depth of field or macro.
Daryl, I can tell you it's a Pontiac. That's the Pontiac Chieftain, Pontiac Chief head on the hood ornament. And
Well,
they're
see, I
hard to
thought this
find.
was a pigeon too. No, I'm joking. I'm done with that joke. I'm joking. I'm done.
So everybody's talking about the same things that we've been talking about. Have a spare fish out there if you want it, Zach. That's what Roy said.
No, it's
Split-
probably poisonous because it's in Australia.
Split complementary color layout, I think. Yes, you're correct. This would make a nice print. I agree with that. This is a nice
yeah.
print.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be. Yeah, it's really good. lucky, I guess. You probably didn't tell the guy to park the yellow car behind the blue car, but the color, the color that
You
happened
never
to be
know.
there is excellent.
But you know what? This is a photographer's eye. You're walking around, and I do this in all the car events I go to. I'm always looking for something different, not just the typical get in front of the car, take the shot, but this is art that you find everywhere if you just have an eye to see it. And obviously, Dana saw it, and it's a beautiful
Great.
print.
It's a great photo.
Yeah, great job, Dana.
Pontiac with a Mustang hood, Paul said. Anything else here?
Man cave worthy.
Man cave worthy. I agree.
Yeah, that would look good, like right above your bar.
There you
Yep.
go. Yellow and blue M&Ms. Yes. All right, James. Thanks. Hey, great shot though. Absolutely wonderful shot. Love it. All right. Remember, I'm the one-man band here. All right, Daryl, your shot is up next. Here we go.
Nice colors.
Beautiful
Yes.
shot.
I like it.
Where's this at? Because I don't know my cities. Gotham.
Gotham, yeah. Batman's hanging in the corner. I don't know if you can see Batman.
And it's not dark enough for Gotham.
Yeah.
That's true. It's too clean.
Yeah, it's
Well,
Too clean.
it's too pretty for Gotham. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Brooklyn Bridge is what Mr. Paul Connor's saying, and he's in Jersey, so
That's a
this will
nice
be
shot.
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, the water's great with the
Long
Slow shutter.
exposure. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, cool shot.
That's
Yeah,
hard to
big
do a
touch.
long exposure too. I mean, you'd have to combine images because the lights are going to blow out with a long exposure. But they're well controlled. It's a very high aperture. Look at the
Well, you got the starburst pattern on the
Yeah.
light.
yeah.
You're probably shooting at F18 or something, or
You know what? I'm gonna throw this out there. I bet this would look really cool in black and white too if you play with the color sliders. That would be a super juicy black and white.
I mean, even looking in the trees, look at all the details still.
Mhm.
They didn't blow out with the lights over them.
Daryl's saying single shot, 60 seconds.
There you go. Okay. Wow.
Mike Farwell, I absolutely hate sports ball. Sorry, buddy. I don't watch any sports at all.
It's great.
I'm surprised 60 seconds with all that light. That's awesome.
Well, you got so much light pollution too here in the city, over the city, in the New York City area, period. So your sky, I've been down there shooting at night, and the sky is always going to be blue. It's not black because there's so much light down there.
It's nice.
Yeah, I like the diagonal lines on it. All the typical photographer critique things, but it's just I like the photo.
Yeah,
You know me.
You got the left hand part of the bridge in the like 1/3 up, and then you got the other end of the bridge like a little bit more than a third down. So I mean, it's really nice.
Daryl, thank you for the even horizon at the bottom at the river's edge. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because that's usually something people forget.
They try to they try to get the bridge straight and everything else goes crooked.
Well,
or
sometimes they don't do anything, but
see.
that horizon line, needs to be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Somebody
Good shot.
talked about it being a calendar shot. It could be. Yeah, you could do that. Mr. Matt Irwin could critique this for us.
Matt Irwin is like he just loves to do night shots.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his thing.
Oh, here you go, Daryl. I'm in a local camera club, and people forget all the time. Yep, I know. That's why I said thank you, because it's going to be the first thing everybody's going to harp on. If you straightened out that horizon line, and we say horizon line here, and using the bridge and the bank. I mean, not the bridge, but the bank and the water is the horizon.
Yeah.
I think I can see B&H is what James said. All right. Let's see. Who's up next? D-Moots Photography. Let's
Oh man,
run
that
this
guy,
one.
Ooh, okay. We got to get into this guy.
Tear this one up.
that guy, he doesn't know what he's doing.
His
a-
bird is confused.
It's a pigeon, and
No,
You got the photo upside down.
Moots, I thought you were the wildlife guy. This is obviously a turn.
this is actually when I fled Florida a few days ago from the hurricane. We stopped in Piedmont National Wildlife Refuge in Georgia, and they had a little 6-mile drive loop that you could drive around this wildlife refuge. And you know, when you hear these brown-headed nuthatches, they sound like little squeaky toys, like rubber duckies.
Yep.
And so as soon as I heard them, I've been trying to get a real good shot of these things for years because they're tough. They usually stay pretty high up in the trees. And we had a real good spot, my wife and I, and we just took tons of shots of these things because it was so much fun.
So you bird guys know, but most people may not know that they're always hanging from a tree branch, the trunk of the tree, wherever they land, they have to land upside down.
Yeah. And nuthatch shots, this is typically what you wait for any type of nuthatch to kind of hang and stick their head out. That's the pose you look for. But what I really liked about it was the lighting that was coming through this pine tree and just kind of that dappled light.
So what'd you shoot it with?
That was with my Z9 and the 500 PF.
Yeah, you could see some of the shadow lines from the pine needles above.
Yeah.
Which is neat.
Very nice, David. Very
Sharp
nice.
back, sir. Nice bokeh in the background.
Yeah.
Daryl said, wait, D-Moot submitted a bird? Who would have thought?
Imagine that.
So here's Gary. Gary sent us a photo, and I kind of like the tilt in it. It's definitely, it's one of those. I mean, if you were putting together something, if you wanted photos or prints for something, you cover the blue here, no doubt about it.
Oh, this is where I get scared of those stuffed animals for like the rest of the night, I think.
Okay. I just want to throw this up here too.
Well, you notice how there aren't too many bears missing because not too many people win on that.
That's why the balls are covered in $100 bills.
Yeah.
So Woody just said, I just pulled up the photo you showed, and I did pull up the shadows. The photo is much brighter on my monitor. Go figure. Yeah. Well, that's one of the issues we have is uncalibrated monitors everywhere. So
yeah,
you're right. I guess we shouldn't be so harsh or so quick to judge either, especially on my uncalibrated monitor. All right. Cool photo. Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Yep.
Gustavo, Mr. Wildlife himself. Here you go.
There he goes.
Nice portrait of a fox.
He's getting foxy with us. Foxy.
Yep.
I like the composition of it because this is what I would do with a human.
There you go. It's getting close to something you would shoot, isn't it, Zach?
Yeah.
You'd have to shave it, though, because it's got to be skin.
Yeah.
You can do a bodyscape with a fox.
Yeah. Always great photos, Gustavo.
I like it. The ears are perked up. You're wondering what it's looking at, and he didn't try to put too much of the body in and focusing it on the like 1/3 of the body, and I like that.
So Gustavo, of course, is in here, and he says, "Z, this are my models. These are my models."
So can I ask a question to all the wildlife photographers here?
Sure.
So when you take a picture of whether it's a fox or animal that looks like has got two eyes and nose, and I'm not talking about birds specifically, are you trying to compose almost like a person in a way, or are you trying to kind of get an interesting perspective? What's usually people go for when they do wildlife photography with animals on 4 feet?
Well, for me, I mean, the eyes, you have to nail the eyes. If you nail the eyes, everything else can be forgiven, but you have to have the eyes tack sharp. And you try to, well, here he tightened up on it. I mean, if it was a farther away shot, you'd maybe get a feeling for what the fox is looking at. But I mean, I like, some people do environmental portraits, and I like bird portraits. I like to kind of think of it as a person, like you just said many a times, and try to get that interesting look of a bird or an animal. And Gustavo is really, really good.
That's the thing about animals. There's so many possibilities with an animal. This is a portrait. I mean, and it sounds ridiculous that we say that, but that's what it is. An animal portrait.
It's a wildlife portrait.
But there are animals in action doing what they normally do, like birds in flight and everything else. It's so difficult. But what Jeff was saying is, if you can nail the eye, because that's the first thing everybody's going to look at. If the eye's in focus, I'm not going to say everything else can be out of focus, but it's salvageable. People will look at it. But if the face or the eye is blurry, then it just loses everything. And
if the eyes and the nose area and the mouth are sharp and the ears were a little soft, no one would care. No one would care.
And here's Jeff and Leslie, wildlife photography folks as well. And he says, shot here is very interesting position of the head, not just a fox in the field shot. Yeah. Well done. Well, Gustavo is a fantastic photographer. So Gustavo, which lens? Big lens, 600?
Well, and it's great too, because the fox is not looking at the photographer, which I like better in this shot.
Oh, he says it's 600 at 600 ISO 1000 1/80th of a second f5.6.
There you go.
I can see this photograph. It's almost like being on National Geographic or a magazine or some kind of a book cover.
Yeah.
Gustavo is amazing. I mean,
he is. He's a fantastic wildlife photographer.
He really is. I love seeing his work. Very nice.
And Roy said
it could easily be a magazine cover if you create a little more negative space around them, where you could put text and all that and layout.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's what the problem is if you were really trying to take a picture for a magazine cover.
Yeah, you shoot totally different.
That's where your thinking has to change a lot when you're framing your subject, because you got to think about, I got to leave them space for the title of the magazine.
That's right.
For the articles that are going to be in the magazine, and usually when you're taking the picture, you're not thinking magazine cover necessarily, unless that's what you do for a living. But
I agree with Roy's comment here. I'm glad to see it's not a 2/3 image. I kind of like the portrait. I love it with that expression.
Yeah.
Great job, Gustavo. As always, everything he sends me is fantastic. His hummingbird pictures are fantastic.
Yes,
and we all know those are real easy to take.
Oh, those are so easy. I don't know. I think it's shameful he sends those in.
Thanks, Gustavo. All right. Next, Huff Photo. Now I got to tell you, I love this because I love creative weirdness, and I love this.
Yeah, this is wild.
I think it's fantastic, man. This is the kind of stuff I like to do. A lot of people don't like it. It's a certain crowd that enjoys this kind of creativity. I'll let you guys talk about it.
Well, this is right in my wheelhouse, portraits of people. And I'm not sure how you did it unless it's like a composite. But it's really wicked cool. I like the odd colors. And I hope that is the photographer calling in.
It is. That's him calling in.
All right. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Chuck.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. And let me get my earpiece out of my other ear so I don't get feedback.
All right.
And I apologize for my voice. I'm still overcoming a cold from this last Comic-Con. I do professional
cosplay photography, and this shot was actually done as preparation for a shoot that I want to do.
Okay.
And so this is a friend of mine that I shoot locally, and this shot was done. It was shot at ISO 50, 85 millimeter 1.4 art lens on an Nikon Z6. I shot at f5.6, and I used rear curtain sync. This is a 3-second exposure with multiple LED panels flashing in the room to get the movement, and then the flash fires at the end to freeze to make sure the eyes are. Of course, with f5.6, I knew I had a little bit of depth of field where she could move around and still lock her eyes in focus.
All right. So
Wow.
you know what? Kick me right now because I'm thinking this is another person standing behind her.
No, that's all her.
Wow.
Wild.
That is synced perfectly, man. That is cool.
Yeah, that's super
It
cool.
was just, it was so. I have a person that I work with. There's a client that does belly dancing, and my idea was to set up a situation where we could do, some photographs that captured her movements and everything. And so while we were doing this other shoot, I just completely said, "Hey, let me try this out for a second," and this is what happened.
Well, I like it when somebody could take a picture that can give me a headache looking at it. I like that.
I just like creativity, man. I like something different.
It's
Something
cool.
you
Really
don't see
cool.
in every
Yeah, it's
shot.
very
This
cool.
is the stuff I like doing. I like to get in the studio and play with stuff like this.
It
Let's
had
see
me
what,
fooled.
let's
I
see
would have.
what happens when we do this.
I
One
would
of
have
those-
swore there was a
Yeah.
second person.
Very, very creative, very nice, very creative. I like it. Really good.
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
my-
No, it's
let
interesting
y'all go.
to break images down as far as like how it was taken, right? Like when there's no flash, you can kind of guess how it was taken, what the shutter speed, what lighting was. But when once you have a flash added to it, it just adds a different element to a puzzle. Very
Yeah, you're
interesting.
absolutely right,
does.
Vitaly. And that's what we were talking about recently when we were talking about photography. For those that, I'm a natural light shooter. Nothing wrong with that.
And it was just lightly touched up in Lightroom with contrast.
Okay, cool. But when you start pulling out strobes and things like that, this is the kind of things you come up with. I mean, there's so much more to explore because I see something different all the time. So, there is still plenty to be the first at when it comes to lighting.
Mhm.
But everybody tries to copy somebody else's work. Just get the lights out and start playing, and bang, you run across something that nobody else has done, and it's just so creative. I love it.
That's the one thing I try to tell people all the time. I'm like, you can learn your camera inside and out, and you should. But when you get into lighting, it's another world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, and there, and it doesn't take long to learn it, really, if you just get it and start playing with it. It's funny how
Right, it
fast
doesn't,
you
and
grow.
I think people really need to allow themselves the ability to mess up. I mean, you're not looking at the 15 other shots I took to get this one.
No, you're right.
You got to have
Yeah.
that ability to allow yourself to play.
And you know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
You're right. And I brought that up too. Nobody sees all the mistakes or whatever. It doesn't cost anything. You're not developing. Get out, get the camera and the lights out and just start experimenting. And then
Well, that's because there weren't any mistakes, but there were 15 other lessons.
right.
Well,
There you
like
go.
Chuck
That's
said,
true.
the thing is, it's not like in the film days. Okay, you have no reason to be scared. Who cares if you throw away 100 shots? Doesn't cost you a nickel. It's just an investment in time,
Yeah.
and that's all it is. And I mean, not that time isn't important, but
Right.
in the old days with film, you might be a little nervous because it's like, man, I don't want to be wasting 3-4 rolls of film here, and if you're not doing it professionally. But when you got a digital camera, man, the sky's the limit. Just shoot. Keep notes and keep notes of when things work and what your settings were. That's all.
Hey, Vitaly,
Yes.
tell me that your mind wasn't spinning there for a minute thinking, how do I introduce this into a wedding photography? Something like this.
Actually, I got this from my old wedding photography. I used to do this on the dance floor with speed light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can I can see you can be using this for maybe exit with little lights or something like that, or maybe something on a dance floor, But like in my experience, I typically, because weddings tend to be so much fast pace, these are kind of
Right.
shots maybe you would leave sometimes as extra once you covered all your bases and you're trying to get creative and you got time and now you can play around. So
And I don't mean exactly like this, but this is what
yeah,
starts, gets the juices flowing. Like, how can I take this technique and tweak it my way?
yep.
So that's what we learn in these reviews is seeing all everybody's photography. So we're sitting there,
And
I should be taking
that's what I used
notes
to
with
do
all
at
you
weddings.
experts.
These were the shots when I knew I was good. I would allow myself that time to play, and that's where this technique actually came from. Was me playing on the dance floor.
Hey, bud. KC Shaw asks, "Was software
Thanks, guys.
used?"
I'm gonna let you go.
Well, hang on a second. Well, I guess not.
By the way,
We-
Casey Shaw is a YouTube buddy of mine now. We both I watch his streams every day. We both are AMC shareholders, and so I watch his stream every day. And so I
Okay,
guess
great.
since I paired my YouTube to your live stream, he was able to see it. So welcome, Casey. He's a
All
good
right.
dude.
Yeah, here you go. Her photos back in the chat, and I'll let you guys take over in or work that out in the chat. Hey, thanks for being here, KC. Appreciate it. Thanks for sharing the stream, Z. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it actually let me this time. I don't know what I did different, but
I did it the other night too over on another channel, and it was easy to do. It offered it to me walking into when I went into the green room. So I think it's a great idea.
I'm
I'm going to
streaming
try to
it.
share everybody's. If I'm on somebody's stream, I'm going to try to share it if they don't mind.
To answer your question, Casey Shaw, you can do it within Photoshop pretty easily just by like creating masks and erasing the parts that you don't want.
All right.
Now, I don't know how many masks he would need to accomplish this because I've never done anything like this before.
Well,
but
he says at the top he only touched up the photo with Lightroom. So
oh, I see. Okay, so this was just because of his technique, he was able to get that
technique-
shot.
the
Because
technique gave him-
That's
right.
so crazy.
The
Yeah.
flash is what actually froze the arms and
Yeah.
Wild.
All right, Jeff and Leslie, wildlife photography. Jeff,
Yeah,
thanks for submitting the photo.
I think
Just-
this is from a recent trip they just did. If I don't make a mistake about that, they just recently did these.
So we recently had a moose in Danbury right next to me that actually came over into Brookfield, and now it's back in New York. Don't ask me how it travels. I don't know if it's using Uber or the train or what, but I was absolutely surprised. I thought it was a joke that there was a moose up here, but evidently there is. But anyway, not to change the subject, Jeff, tell us about it, man.
Hopefully he's
Caesar,
still-
good to see you in here. All right, wildlife photographers, you guys take off. Oh, wait a minute. Jeff's
Oh, they're gonna call
talk to us. All right, Mr. Jeff, how are you, buddy?
Hey guys, how are you?
Great.
Good.
Yeah, this was Les and I were in the Smoky Mountains about 10 days ago, and we went down there hoping to find some elk in rut, and fortunately we did. I'm looking at my exit data here, so D500, 200 to 500 limbs. 1/1000th of a second at 5.6 ISO 1437.
Wow.
Yeah, and that really speaks volumes for you said 2 to 500, I believe, for your lens, right? And that just shows you how sharp that lens is.
D500 with the 2 to 500 lens
Yeah,
at
and
500.
that's wide open too, right?
Wide open, 5.6.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was bugling. We were talking earlier about like try to catch them, not just a deer in the field, try to catch them doing something. There were 7 or 8 cows out in the field with him, and he was doing his thing. And he was He was fully in the rut. Let's put it that way.
He was in the business, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was in the mood. Unfortunately for him, the cows weren't quite in the mood yet, but he was. There was a lot of bugling and a lot of sniffing, and all the normal stuff that you see those big guys do. It was fun. Now he was. We went to a couple of different places. We went to Oconaluftee, which was kind of a circus. That's right there outside of Cherokee, and that was kind of a circus. I mean, the Rangers were more busy herding people than they were the elk. I mean, you had people out there because I have no problem with cell phones. They take beautiful photos. In fact, some of my landscape photos are taken with the cell phone, but you don't want to get close enough to an 800-pound.
I was just going to say, do they know what happened, especially an elk in the rut? Man.
Yeah. No, they don't. That's why the Rangers were trying to keep them apart. It was just, I was sitting there saying, hey, it'll make great video for my YouTube channel if somebody gets stomped into strawberry jelly here.
Terry Breedlove, who is one of the folks here on the channel, he just got chased by an elk. And
they will.
Yeah.
We were, I was probably 40 to 50 yards away from this guy when we took the picture, and I had a SUV between me and him.
Okay.
That was a smart move.
He wasn't interested in me. He was interested in what was going on out in that field. But I tell you what, I mean, it's got 15 or 20 daggers on its head, razor sharp hooves, 800 pounds of testosterone fueled muscle.
Yes.
And people out there trying to get pictures with a cell phone. Let's get a selfie with the elk.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
Your last the last picture that you ever got of yourself. That would be about it.
Yeah. You got people like, I mean, even at like Yellowstone, people think it's so cute to try to touch the buffalo and the moose and stuff. I'm like, you realize that these are territorial creatures and they're huge.
They want a photo to put on Facebook, and they wind up with a video on YouTube.
Yeah, they end up being stars on YouTube when they just wanted an Instagram picture. Yeah, it's crazy. But this one was at Chattahoochee, which was a little more sane. There's about, I don't know, 7 or 8 miles of really narrow gravel road that you have to drive through to get there. So all the idiots in the Teslas and in the big motorhomes can't make it up there. So it was mostly wildlife photographers, and people were parked on the side of the road and behaving themselves, not going out and chasing the elk. It was a lot more enjoyable there. So if you ever go to the Smoky Mountains to see the elk, the Chattahoochee Valley is a lot more enjoyable than Oconaluftee, which is over by Cherokee. That's the zoo over there.
Yeah, I just passed by there last week.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
we went there one evening and said, this is nuts, and went back up in the mountains.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But anyway, I'll let you get back to everybody else. I just wanted to call in and give a little info on the photo.
Well, hey, thanks for joining our review, man. Go ahead, Jeff.
No, wonderful shot. Wonderful shot. I mean, like you said, good thing you had a car between you and him.
Yep. All right, buddy. Thanks for the submission. Let's do it again.
All right, guys.
Let's do it again next month.
I'm going to hang up, and I can't wait to see the rest of them. Take care, guys.
All right.
Yeah, take care, buddy.
Thanks.
We'll see you in a minute.
Okay. Here is somebody that I have actually, I got to tell you,
I love
Jeff
this shot.
Stroud knocks it out of the park.
Yeah.
With his photos and his editing. It
looks great.
It is. It's just fantastic. Joe, you are the man when it comes to emotive photos. I got to tell you, I love your editing. I love everything about them. I can't believe you're not selling prints of all these photos. Remember his photo of in the middle of the street with the dog?
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Yeah.
So your dog has become a star.
Yeah. YouTube sensation now.
I love it. I love the style. I love everything about it. See, these are the photos. These are the things I like. A photo club would just tear it apart well, the dog's in focus, but we can't really see much detail in the woman behind it, especially the shotgun. I don't know what kind of shotgun it is. If this was at F18, I could read the serial number, those kind of critiques. But I love this. I got to tell you, I just love it.
That's awesome.
It is. It's art.
And I like these types of trees, along the water line here, like the swampy areas. That adds a lot of interest.
Yeah. It's just, man, he finds the right moment and snaps a photo, and it's just fantastic. Joe, are you in here tonight? Kind of hoped he would be.
I thought he was.
I thought he was earlier too. Here you go. Tells a story. It absolutely does. Oh, there we go. Here's Joe. All right, Joe, hang on a second. All right, brother, let us have it.
Hey, Chuck, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. We're loving your photography.
I appreciate it.
Tell me about it, man. How'd that come about? Is it just one of those things? Hey, I saw a photo here and got the camera out and took it, or did you go out to do it?
No, there's a girl I worked with several times, and I told her I wanted to do some duck hunting shots.
Okay.
And I said I was going to bring my dog with me to try to catch some images with him, and he wasn't cooperating, so I was just shooting portraits of her, and then he just sat down in front of me, and I just kind of knelt down a little bit and got the shot,
Yeah, it looks like he's looking at you like, you're doing this to me again.
You keep sticking me in the photo, Dad.
Quick,
what are you doing?
And I kind of regret not stopping it down a little bit to get her more focused, but I think it's kind of I like the fact that it focuses more on the dog because he's a more prominent figure.
You know what? In my opinion, I'm not saying that this makes it perfect, but in my opinion, it's perfect the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. But Paul Connor's ass is Louisiana. Yeah, that's in Louisiana, not too far from my house, where I used to live. But yeah, and it was shot with a Canon 5D Mark II with a 28 millimeter lens.
Okay.
And
nice.
Yeah, with a Godox 300.
Oh, so you actually okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's flash involved. That's even better.
Yeah, I used. I try to make it look like I don't, but I do sometimes. I try to tone it down.
Yeah, you really can't tell.
It worked.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of spill off on the dog too. It's kind of, as you can kind of see, I had to tone down his head a little bit, but.
Well, brother, you've got got your own editing technique, and it shows in every photo. I mean, I could pick your photos. One, just the color, but if I were somewhere and there were photos on the wall, there's no doubt I could say that's a Joe Stroud photo. Yeah. From what I've seen so far.
It may be totally some. All my time, I worked for some master printers back in the day. Platinum printers. I used to work for one of Ansel Adams' old assistants, so that may be where it comes from.
No, I'm guessing it might have some bearing on it. But what I like about it is, and this is hard to do, especially as somebody that's new to photography, and I'm not far removed from that compared to some of the guys like Roy Bigsby in here and others. But it's hard to be consistent with your editing. You have a consistent style that I've seen.
Yeah, I think it's more of a feeling more than anything. I've never even noticed I had a style.
I mean, what do you guys think?
Everything I've seen, he definitely has a style.
Yeah, I mean, you're hitting it everywhere. You got a foreground element, you got something in the middle, and you got a very interesting background. So you've hit the trifecta here, and you've done a great job with it. It's really, really nice. Really nice.
Did you see Jeff and Leslie's comment there, Joe?
Yeah.
It needs to be a Cabela's ad. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jeff and Leslie. I appreciate that.
But it's not just the composition. I mean, it's the edit, the color, and your what is that? It's
It's kind of a homebrew thing that I come up with, man. It's different every time. It's kind of, I play with stuff until I like the feeling of it.
okay. But you know what? It is a style because it looks like your other photos, to me anyway.
Yeah, I don't use presets or nothing like that because.
Oh, come on! You don't go buy those presets, man.
He needs to sell. He needs to sell his own preset, the Joe Stroud preset.
Yeah. You need.
You mean you don't use Skittles? You don't use Skittles? Oh my God!
You need to make that a preset.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, I'll tell you, it's a fantastic photo. I love your work, and man, tell everybody where they can find your work.
I'm on my website, Joe Stroud Photography. I'm on Vero and Instagram at Joe Stroud Photography.
All right, brother. Good. And you guys go check it out. If you don't know what we're talking about here, about his consistency and his style, go check out his photography. I know there's more there than this, but I mean, this is a whole system, and what he's done with the color and everything is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Chuck. I appreciate all your feedback.
No, you're welcome, man. And Mozman says these are fro presets.
Yeah.
Sepia, but
I'll let him think that.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Greg. Sepia, but kind of black and white coffee brewed tone. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
that sums it up right there.
That makes a lot of sense, surprisingly.
Yes. There you go. You got a name for this one for your preset pack that you can sell.
I used to tone Prince back in the day in coffee, so that may be, yeah.
Okay. All right, man. Thanks again for the submission, man. I love seeing your work.
Sure.
Looking forward already to next month.
All right, man. Thank you. I'll try to keep it up.
Thanks, brother. It's great.
Thanks a lot.
Y'all have a good evening.
He's Joe Stroud is he's incredibly humble, but I just looked at his website and it's amazing stuff. So
It is.
All right, guys. You know what time it is for me. Sorry, old man thing. Gotta go. Gotta go. So I'm gonna step away for a minute. You guys talk about whatever in the comments or answer some questions if you want to, and talk about what we've seen so far. I will be right back.
So I have a question to the group. So as we're looking at a lot of these wildlife photos, for somebody who is looking to maybe get into wildlife photography, right? Somebody from the group, from the chat, they might be wondering, what would be a good starter lens? That's question number one. The question number two, would you be able to use the same lens for bird photography, the same way you would use it for any wildlife photography, like, elk and fox and species like that?
Well, I think.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jay.
Go
No,
ahead.
you first, sir. You go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, a lot of people that have asked me that same question. A lot depends on which camera you're shooting, but most of the people that I've dealt with have been Nikon shooters, and I've always told them, even back in the day, shooting that D500 with the 200 to 500 is a great starter kit, and that 200 to 500 lens is an exceptional lens for what it is, especially for the price. And so I've steered a lot of Nikon shooters anyway to that setup, just because of that. It's cheap. It's a cheap way to get into it. Cheap speaking as in dollars. But it's just that combination is a great wildlife, and you can do both. Birds, it's got enough reach for birds, for tiny birds, and you could back out and capture the larger animals. I started out using that particular setup.
Yeah, I think I had that as well. I was using the 2 to 500 for a while when I was shooting with my D850, and I loved it. And the only place that it lacked was it couldn't focus really fast, but once it locked on, you were good.
Yeah.
Initial acquisition was a little slow, but if you weren't, that was only if you were shooting birds in flight. If you're shooting bird
Yeah.
portraits, you're not worrying about that. Now, if you flip over to the mirrorless side, I would think to me a good starter lens, a good period, we hope, would be the future 200 to 600. That hasn't come out yet, but in the meantime, if you had the 100 to 400, that would be great for anything that's relatively close to you, and say 100, 50 feet, 75 feet away from shore type of thing, birds in the water, birds fighting, birds feeding, that type of thing. Now, if you want to get into birds in flight, a 400 without a telly on it is going to be a little short. So I shoot with a 500 PF a lot. If I could afford it, I would love to have a 600. I think a 600 is considered the optimum lens for bird and flight photography. But then you're getting into a higher amount of money. But for a first lens, a 1 to 4 wouldn't break the bank per se, and you would get a lot of great shots with that, or the 2 to 5 as well.
I can tell you though, I was just at Sebastian Inlet, and my 500 PF was almost too much. The Osprey are coming in so close there that the 500 was almost too much lens for it. My wife was shooting the 400 4.5 on her Z9, and it actually was almost the perfect lens for down there at Sebastian Inlet. Only because the Osprey come by so close when they're diving.
Like Roy says, the 400 4.5 focus is much faster than the 1 to 4. Now that may be true. I don't know. I've never shot with the 400 4.5, but the problem with the 400 4.5 is that it's just 400. So if you're trying to shoot something that's close, sometimes you can't back up. That's what I find. Sometimes you're in a position you can move left to right, but you can't back up. So that's where a zoom comes in so handy.
It does.
That you can get yourself out. You can get the subject in the frame where you want it. When you're on a telephoto, or even me with my 500 PF, I miss shots sometimes because I can't back up quick enough to get it the way I want to. So there's pros and cons to everything. And like you said, if you have the money, you have both. If you have the money, you have both.
Do you guys have any recommendations for like a third-party lenses, like a Sigma or Tamron or something? If you were shooting,
if somebody was shooting a older f-mount camera, and a third-party lens, I'll tell you what, the Sigma 150 to 600 contemporary is still one of the best third-party lenses out there. That I started out with the 150 to 600 Sigma before I bought my Nikon, and I used to shoot that on the D500. Was a great combination, and that was the contemporary version, not the sports version. It's lighter, doesn't cost as much, and actually I had both lenses, the sport and the contemporary. The contemporary, at least the one I had, was sharper than the sport version. The sport was better weather sealed, and I think it focused a little quicker, but that contemporary I had was sharper.
Jeff and Leslie point out that the elk shots that they took last week were between 2 and 400 using the 2 to 500 zoom. So I think to start off with, you're better off with a zoom lens, and then if you find yourself always shooting at the far end all the time because of the location you go to, and you're always shooting at 500, then by all means, then get a fast telephoto lens that fits that range. But I think it's really more comfortable for someone when they have that ability to zoom in and out a little bit, especially when they're learning.
When you're learning, I agree, and that's how I started. But once I went to big prime lenses, like my 500 f4 to 600 f4, the new 800 PF, and it's my style of shooting, and what I'm shooting is I don't miss a zoom, even though I have the 100 to 400. but it sits. I never use it. I don't find myself missing the zoom, but starting out for sure, that's the way to go.
Everybody
Yeah,
say,
no, that's a great advice because I'm not a wildlife photographer. I've done some kind of wildlife photography with some just fixed lenses, like 85 in the DX mode, but close enough where just trying to track cats and dogs really. But it's good to. I'm sure probably somebody in the audience might be interested to know what lens they would want to go to start with, at least to see if they're going to like it. So I guess what I'm getting at sounds like maybe 150 to 500 or 600 Sigma
600.
contemporary, right?
Yeah.
And then maybe perhaps 100 to 400 is another option to play with.
Yeah,
and
if they're
that
still
150
shooting, if they're shooting digital SLRs, the 2 to 5 is a phenomenal lens for the money. I mean,
Yes.
a lot of people use that lens today and will continue to use it years from now. You can't beat it for the money. You can find faults with it, there's faults with everything, but for the money, man, I've got thousands of tack sharp images using that 2 to 5. I mean, it was great for me for years. I loved it.
The 2 to 500 has a prime like quality to it. That's one thing about that lens. It's very sharp and it renders colors great, and it really has that prime look to it in a zoom.
No, thank you for the advice, everybody. Yep.
No problem.
All right, Chuck, you're back in charge.
yeah, I am back. I'm looking for James' photo that he sent in, but I can't find it. I don't know. This is typical of me to at least leave one photo out, but I couldn't find it in my emails.
Well, James, you can always, if you're still going to be on for a while, just resend it and we'll get to it later.
No, he said he's got to hit the rack. So, looking again. Nope.
I'll be back in a sec, folks. I just got to grab a drink.
All right. So before we go on, let's take a minute, and because we didn't do an introduction, let everybody hear who you are and your either website or YouTube channel or whatever you'd like to promote. And we'll start with you, Mr. D. Moots.
Oh, okay. My name's David Moots. I'm based out of Kansas, just out of Kansas City, and on the Kansas side. And my YouTube channel is D. Moots Photography. And I'm just a wildlife photographer. I used to do senior portraits and stuff like that, but I got tired of dealing with people and stuck to the birds and the four-legged creatures.
All right, next person in line, go ahead. I'm downloading more photos, guys. We're getting them as we review.
Go for it, Jeffrey.
Oh, okay. What am I doing? Because I just stepped out and came back. What did I?
No, that's all you need to do. You're good.
Introducing yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm Jeff Neville. I have a YouTube channel called Selective Imagery, primarily birding, but also some vintage camera talk, street photography, macro, pretty much like everything. Not a big portrait person. Did a few weddings many years ago, but I tend to like critters better. So that's where critters are landscapes and seascapes and that kind of stuff. So that's my focus for the most part.
Very seldom do they pay.
They don't pay at all. I don't do it for the money. I do it for my mental health. I
hear you.
Vitaly, you want to go introduce yourself?
Absolutely,
Sure.
Vitaly.
Sure. I'm Vitaly. I have a YouTube channel, Touch Life Studio. I also have a website, touchlifestudio.com. I primarily specialize in portraiture, weddings, holiday photos for friends and family, and those who know me and whom I know. Been doing photography for probably over a decade now. Obviously, over the years, started acquiring gear and looking into those things and sharing online. So that's kind of how I started my channel. Just wanted to share what I learned with other people because I was getting a lot of value from others, and I wanted to share what I find. And so in the past couple of years, I think I've had my channel. So, and obviously it is not my full-time job. I just do this as a enjoyment, to be part of a community, and learn from others as people learn from me. So, yep.
All right. Sounds great. Guys, give me just another minute. You guys carry on for just a second.
Well, I'm Z Wade, the Z Wade, and Z Wade Photo. My YouTube channel is Z Wade Photo. I primarily shoot portraits and bodyscapes, although you won't see many of the bodyscapes on YouTube. It's against terms and conditions, but that's primarily what I do. And I think everybody probably knows me by now, but if you're new, check out my channel, Z Wade Photo, and everybody else's, whom you just heard. Chuck, you got it figured out yet? I don't have any good jokes.
Well, hey, I can let everybody know that I finally got back my 500 PF that was out for repair. Finally got it back. Now, I have never worn out a lens in my life. I wore this sucker out. They had to replace the silent wave motor. They had to replace the autofocus system.
Oh, jeez.
I really beat the you-know-what out of this. I mean, I babied this lens. I mean, it didn't have a scratch on it. It looked brand new, but it got used a lot. I mean, my bird photography killed it. And thankfully, it got repaired for free. So, obviously, due to my recent ankle injury and the hurricane, I have not gone out to test it yet, but hopefully it will work well again, because that tends to be my go-to lens most of the time.
So Jeffrey, a quick question about that one. So how long have you had the lens before you actually had to send it for repair? How many years you've used it?
2 years. 2 years old, but I probably had problems with it and didn't want to admit that I had something going on with it probably for 3 or 4 months. I kept trying to say, "Oh, I'm hearing noises from something else, or it's somebody else's camera. It's not my gear." And it was just squealing and making noise, random noise, whether it was focusing or not. And it was just it was actually conversation that we had on Chuck's show with other people. I said to somebody, he says, "Well, what does it sound like when an autofocus motor's dying?" And then people had that happen to them, and it fit the description of what I was hearing with my lens. So I sent it back, but it took like 5 weeks to get it back because they didn't have the parts. But
Brutal.
But I've never worn out a lens in my life, and now I'm kind of nervous because I'm like, well, it only made it 2 years. I'm like, another 2 years, am I going to have to?
No,
do it
yeah,
all over again?
I think you got a bad one, because I've had mine since they came out, and it's
I've
never done that.
I've never heard of a lens dying in 2 years unless it's been dropped.
No, never
Yeah.
dropped, never banged, never dropped.
You got a lemon.
I tuck
Yeah,
it
you
in at
did.
night. I put the covers on it, tuck it in at night, make it look good.
Yeah, you got a lemon.
I got a lemon.
All right, guys. I think I've got this sorted out. Let me go real quick to my folder. Let's see. Because we received another couple of photos. Now, I don't know where it's stacked it in the mix here. Here we go. All right. And Greg, if you'll send yours back in JPEG format, I'll include it in the group here too. All right. Oh, I did want to mention, go check out everybody that's on the panel here tonight. And most of everybody you see should be in the description, a hot link to their sites. What else did I want to say? Oh, I have to take this moment because my wife will shoot me if I don't. If you guys are new here and you're enjoying it and you like what we do here, and this is what we do, not just photo reviews, but I mean, we get in here, mix it up twice a week on AP Studios. I'm just the gatekeeper. I open the door and let everybody in, and then it just takes off from there. I have very little control of the topic, but that's what the chat room is for, because this is a place to come and talk photography. Yes, we talk quite a bit about gear, because right now gear is big with all the possible new cameras and lenses that are coming out. But as you can see, we do a photo review at least once a month, and quite a few other things. If there's another hot topic, we'll talk about it. But you're welcome into the chat. That's where all the expertise is. Don't ask me a question about cameras, especially old cameras or whatever. I am not the expert, but there are plenty of them, I assure you, over in the chat room. So if you want to pick up some experience on some of these things in photography, there are plenty of people over there that are willing and ready to answer your questions. But if you're enjoying it, please drop a like. It just motivates me to see that people are enjoying it. And if you think it's something you'd like to do on a regular basis, be a part of our community, and it's a great community that we have going here, then consider subscribing. I also want you to consider subscribing all the people that are in the room or on the panel tonight. And I'd particularly, if you're a Nikon shooter and you had questions about the AF and with the Z9, check out Vitali's Touch Life Studio. Check out the 2 videos he just dropped. Very interesting, very entertaining, as he stated too, but very informative. So there you go. All right, folks. Mr. J. Rod Photo. James, you are up, buddy.
Nice. Good macro
shot.
That's what I spend my life swatting off of me when I'm taking pictures. Those suckers hurt, man.
Tell us,
about trying to
James.
scare me. You're trying to scare me now. I can't comment on this photo. I'm too nervous.
Thank you, Moz, man. There you go. There's motivation. Oh, it's great.
J-Rob,
Bug time.
So this one must have been taken with a macro lens. I'm just assuming. I always find these macro shots they're so eye-catching. There's something about either these lenses that kind of brings you in and you start counting hairs, and it's like, level of detail that you typically don't see anywhere else. It's almost like a fun lens to play and learn something new about wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
Even people that don't like bugs love looking at macro shots. Just like you said, Vitali.
It's just a completely different, it's a different world altogether. So if you're shooting like wildlife and you're shooting portraits and landscapes, macro it's things that you've never seen before and you won't see any other way,
Yeah, he used the 105 macro.
Yeah. And,
Z?
Yeah,
the F mount.
it's on. Well, I don't know. It was on a Z9. I don't know if it was an F mount or.
Yeah, the 105 f2 or the ZMC is seriously one of the finest lenses that like I've ever seen in my life. I use it mostly for portraits more than macro, but
it's a great lens.
It is sickeningly sharp.
Yeah, it's when you get the eyes of these flies and bugs and stuff, the eyes really grab you. They really do. When you see all this,
I think that's what it is, because we see a fly, we see a bug, but we only see it from a normal perspective. And when you see a macro shot of a fly's eye, and some people with extension tubes and things like that, they get a shot of just the eye of a fly, as ridiculous as that sounds. But you can't walk away from it because you're counting all the little octagons or whatever that make up his eye. It's just fantastic.
Chuck, can you zoom in on this one a little bit more?
This is all I've got.
Oh, this is all you can do. Okay.
Wait a minute. It's going to distort, but I can zoom in because it's at its limit here.
There you go.
As far as resolution goes.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
Yeah, those compound eyes are always amazing to look at on insects.
and all the other weird things that protrude from them.
Yeah, their jaws, their mandibles, their like I said, the hairs that look like spikes, and you go, gee, I swat them all the time, and that looks like, oh, if I touch it, I'm gonna like poke. It's gonna poke right through my skin.
Hey, J Rod, what f stop did you use on that?
We have to give him a second to
It has
respond.
a very shallow focus zone, but then again, a macro lens, even if you stop down a lot, it's going to be a very shallow focus.
Macro,
yeah.
almost for a full body, the full body of a bug, it almost requires stacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought so. I figured he had a pretty high f stop because there is quite a bit of that bug that's semi in focus there. So he says f13.
Oh.
Yeah, another person talking about the the 105,
Hey, Dice.
the Venus Loa.
I actually did. I bought and tried that lens out, and I absolutely hated it. It is a pain to use.
The Loa?
Not that it's like a bad lens. It's just a tough lens to use. And as far as all the other qualities of it, I just have to respectfully disagree. I think the colors out of the Z105 are better. I do think it's sharper. You do get the benefit of autofocus. And just something else to add, as far as like what you get for your money, I still think that the ZMC is underpriced, as good as it is. So that's just my opinion on it, but we can respectfully disagree with each other on that.
All right, guys, hang on. I'm downloading another photo. Bear with me. I want to get everybody's photo in, and we're going to go back to Jose's photo here in a minute because he was next on the docket. I feel like a judge. All right, just about there. Step 5, done. Click. And here we go. I think, one-man show here, gentlemen. One-man show. I need Steven from Frono's Photo to be in here doing this in the background. All right. Okay, close that. We're out back here. Live studio, we're here. All right. Hey, James, thanks, man. Now you can sleep well knowing that your photo, I got your photo and we got to it while you were still in the chat. All right, so let's exit here. Let me go back right here. And this is Jose. Jose, thank you very much for subscribing. He's subscribed today. I hope you enjoy the channel. Maybe not if I didn't get to your photo, huh? But here we go. All right, Jose, tell us about it. Good night, James.
Take care, buddy.
All right. Martin Hill talking about, come on, Nikon, give me a 200 millimeter macro. Yeah, Nikon. Hey, glad to see you in here, brother. You work so much. It's nice to see you when you can get in here. I noticed you earlier, but I don't know. I was busy doing something, so I didn't recognize you then. But hey, great to see you in here. So Nikon's over in Ireland, the beautiful Irish island. Hang on a minute. Here we go. All right, Jose, hang on just a second. Calling all the way from Puerto Rico. How you doing, Jose?
I'm doing okay.
All right.
It's an honor to be here. I've been a subscriber.
Oh, you have been?
Yeah, I've been a subscriber for a couple of months already. Just sit back and enjoy the Masters.
Well, you're talking about those in the chat and those in here. I'm just the coordinator. You sure didn't include me in the Masters, that's for sure. But hey, it's great that you dropped a photo and tell us about it.
Well, this photo I took when I was my afternoon walk.
Okay. So
let me note the volume here. I think I'm hearing echo.
Okay, yeah. Please do that. There you go.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Hear you just fine.
Yeah, well, this is my hometown, Arecibo, Puerto Rico. And those who don't know Arecibo, it's where it was once host of the largest radio telescope in the world.
Oh, yeah.
But it fell and it destroyed. And
Right.
China has the number one, so we lost that. We lost that range there. But this photo is my hometown. I was taking a walk, and it got dark quickly. So I had one of those little Joby flexible-headed leg tripods.
Right.
So I hooked up. First, I gotta confess, I'm not an icon shooter.
That's okay.
I'm an Olympus OMD Micro Four Thirds.
That's okay.
But I can relate to Jeffrey. I have an old vintage Olympus camera. Was my first way back in 1986. So I come from the film days.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of people in here that would love to talk to you about film.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like Jeffrey said, digital holds no bounds. Your imagination,
Mm-hmm.
The sky's the limit because you don't have to worry about spending money on film.
Right, exactly.
And waiting. So I shoot with that mentality still. But this shot I took when I was taking my afternoon walk, and it got dark pretty quick. So when I crossed the bridge heading back, this composition caught my eye. So I just set up the tripod on the railing of the bridge. And in order to avoid noise, I just put the ISO down to 200, which is suggested, and just fired away. I think it was half a second exposure. And this came out. And then I tried to crop it, but since I was in a rush to send it in, because you're a very busy man, so, I decided to leave it as is. And
it's very clean. It's a very clean photo.
Yeah, 200 ISO.
I use this Photoshop to retouch, and I like to use a lot of luminosity masking. And that's basically what I use. I'm dabbling with the new software that's coming out now, but
okay.
With Photoshop, I've been using it since 2004, and it suits my needs.
Okay. Well,
yeah, so.
I'll tell you, I like it. I like the fact that, I don't know, it's one of those minimalist photos, if you ask me. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
It's almost minimalist.
Oh yeah, you got one plate. You're always going to catch the brightest part of an image, so you get drawn right into that area, that building. So,
well, it looked nice and sharp too when you zoomed in on
very
it.
sharp.
Yeah. And no noise. I don't know if you cleaned that up. I know you said you used luminosity masks, but it's very clean.
Yeah.
It's not muddy.
The thing is that, Micro Four Thirds cameras have gotten a bad rap. A lot of YouTubers. I don't listen to YouTubers. Well, it boils down to technique. And no camera is perfect. So
you go by what for you, and that's the only person you got to keep happy is yourself. So
Absolutely.
if other people get happy with you, that's a bonus. That's like bonus dollars, but you got to be happy with what you shoot, and that's the most important thing.
I watch a guy on YouTube that's what he shoots is the Olympus and the new OM, whatever it is. And
I
he
upgraded the camera. I bought the latest one they got now, the OM one.
Yeah, the OM one.
I'm testing it out, but I know Micro Four Thirds has its limitations. So what I do to compensate is just keep the ISO down, you know?
Right.
And just let the, aperture and shutter speed do its work, and I have a steady tripod.
I think that OM1 too is
little jobs that you can tie in a tree and it's kind of sturdy. So
it's a great video camera too.
Gustavo says you're in good company here because we have all kinds of shooters. When we talk equipment, it's typically talking about Nikon, but we have everybody shooting everything in here.
Believe me, Chuck, if I can afford a Nikon Z9 or Canon R3, you can be sure I'll probably get one of those, but I can't.
I hear you. I hear you, sir. I hear you.
Yeah, but it's an honor to be here with you guys. And I like the way you format the people you invite. The photographers and the chat.
Well,
I know Amar. I've spoken to him a couple of times, and it's real nice. Real intelligent conversation there.
Well, you're talking about everybody else when you say intelligent conversation, right?
Oh. You got to give yourself.
You too, Chuck. I've heard you're a legend there.
Well, a legend at what? Clue me in.
Yeah, you're a photographer also.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Hey, Jose, it's great talking to you. I'm really happy you decided to jump in here.
Yeah, thanks for having me in. I look forward to sending more photos.
All right, sounds great. We're going to do this again. We do it every month. So the first Saturday of every month, put it on your calendar and send a photo. Yes. You're welcome to have it shown right here with everybody else.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. And say hi to everybody else there. And thanks a lot for having me.
No problem. It's an honor having you here tonight, Jose. Thank you very much.
Nice.
All right. Got another, I don't know if it's another phone call coming in. All right. So there you go. Micro Four Thirds. It looks great. It cleans up well. No doubt about it. I mean, obviously this is just excuse me here. Now I can zoom out. Mr. Longrider. I don't know if he's in here still. Cooper's. All right, Birdman, what do we got?
Cooper's Hawk or a Sharpie. I can't tell for sure, but probably Cooper's.
It's a cool photo, though. I love it. There's urban birding.
Yeah. It's the. I mean, a rusty top of the fence, rusty fence pole is kind of cool. I mean, that's not typically where you're going to find one. Let's put it that way.
Look, it says Chuck Talks on that fence post.
Yes, it does. Free advertising.
Yeah, absolutely. There he is, Mr. Longrider. You want to call in or do you want to just tell us about it in the chat? And hello, Luke. Good to see you in here, man. That's a great thing about running a live stream that goes on forever. Everybody has a chance to get in here, even though I still get emails about it's too long, but there you go.
Cooper's Hawk. Yep.
Sony RX10.
Wow.
All right, Longrider.
The Cooper's Hawk's a frequent flyer in my backyard, too. He likes to take out birds off my feeder station.
Yeah, that's that right there is the hawk that I had like 40 of them swarming my house.
40 of them?
You're not supposed to. You're not
those were pigeons.
Hamburger patties out on the table overnight.
I actually emailed Jeff to try to get some help diagnosing what kind of bird, and he big leagued me.
No, there you go. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's an immature Cooper's.
Yeah.
There you go. Long Rider. 5 minutes after the photo, he killed a nuthatch. There you go.
Yeah, that's what they'll do.
So he'd sent another one. I've got it.
Usually in that pose, there's a squirt coming out the back end.
Yeah. The pre-flight prep.
The pre-flight squirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, my driveway is ruined from that little fiasco out in my front yard.
Hey,
Yeah,
Vitaly,
Vitaly,
Yeah.
you tell your friend that wants to do bird photography that
you get in there with these guys, you're going to learn something about birds.
Yeah, that one of the signs.
Well, I'm learning a lot. I don't know much about birds, so different. I'm sure the behavior of the birds. You know, every bird may have a different behaviors too, and how you capture them and what you expect, right?
They do.
Well, most birds, before they go to fly off, not all the time, but a good percentage of the time, they will discharge something out of their back end to lighten the load per se before they take off. So if you ever see one,
you hit the nail on the head there. That's the thing about wildlife photography is before you even get out there with a camera, it's good to go out there and just kind of watch and study them. And it helps you, once you learn that, it helps you take better photos because you know what to expect. That's
Oh, absolutely. Learn the nature of the bird. And, you know, I heard that a long time ago, Jeffrey, about they'll squirt right before they go. So you can tell when they turn around and do that, they're gone. Get ready.
Yeah. If you want a guaranteed takeoff shot, if you see that, get ready.
Yeah.
You know, the extent of my wildlife photography happens usually on the dance floor.
Yeah,
that's the most.
And there's a lot of wildlife.
That's a lot.
Especially after a few drinks, that happens. You know.
Oh yeah.
Well, there you go. There's Roy's comment about it. At least they don't eat your house like cockatoos do. Hey, Long Rider.
I was going to say.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I bet Roy Bixby's favorite bird is a kookaburra. That's every Australian's favorites. They're incredibly loud.
I love that bird, man.
Every Australian I've ever met, they're like, oh, they're so loud.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. Another birder.
Great.
Luis. Luis, are you in here?
The eyes are throwing me on that one.
I didn't know that chickens could fly.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a great horned owl.
Look at the eyes on it. It's so cool. Look at the detail in its side feathers.
Yeah, right along the edge is nice and sharp.
It's it's almost a shame, but then again, it's unique that his color matches the foliage behind it.
Yeah, yeah.
A shame in that it seems to take away from some of the detail or something.
Whose shot is this, Chuck?
This is Luis. Hang on a second. I haven't memorized all 653 names yet.
No, it's a very nice shot, but like you said, unfortunately, you can't always pick your backgrounds, and when it blends in well, you don't get that separation. Now, if the background, if the I don't know what his f-stop was, but it's kind of hard to tell what the distance is between the bird and the background. I don't know if this is shot wide open or not. I mean,
I'm just curious of what kind of owl it is, because there's very few owls that have the orange eyes like that.
Well, you know what, guys? I actually sent an invitation to Bayou Josh. And I guess he was too busy or didn't want to participate, but...
Kind of like how Jeff was too busy to help me identify the hawk.
Yeah.
You referring to this, Jeff, as in me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even remember you sending me anything to help you with a hawk.
Big league.
I'm in my own world half the time. You got to realize that.
It could be a Eurasian eagle owl. They have orange eyes just like that.
I'm not sure. Jeffrey's looking it up right now.
I am looking. Well, it's a great horned owl has yellow irises.
Yeah.
And a white throat, so it's not a great horned owl.
That's why I say that
Eurasian
eagle.
And it's not a barred owl, because a barred owl doesn't have orange eyes like that.
No.
And so it is.
Look up Eurasian eagle owl.
Eurasian eagle owl.
Martin Hill, you don't know what it is?
It's a duck.
Mozman got it. It's an orange-eyed owl.
There's no way it's that simple.
Oh man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting Eurasian owl is what comes
The
up when I
Eurasian
Google it, but
eagle
the
owl
colors-
has the orange eyes.
Yeah.
The color of it looks a little too orange though, unless it's something that was done in post.
Well, I mean, some of the Eurasians are orangey like that.
Yeah, I got some pictures that shows one where the wings are fairly orange and the eyes are orange. Eurasian eagle owl.
There's one in the Los Angeles Zoo that's orange like that. Mosman said he likes how Z-Wade's cut off on his screen.
What?
He's cut off on mine too.
Yeah. I only see the top of his head.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, do you know why? Because I didn't pay the extra $400 for the up and down hinge on the Mac Studio display. Ridiculous.
All right. All righty. Here's somebody that we always like seeing in here on our, if I can get find my cursor again. What do you guys think of this? Mr. Mark Weston. And if he's in, I'm sure we're going to get a phone call. Mark. Let me tell you what this is. Does everybody know what a mimosa tree is? It has those little pink flowers and the petals close up at night.
Yep.
That is a mimosa tree with IR.
He did the IR. Yeah. Didn't he submit a photo last time?
Yeah, he did IR before, I believe.
Yeah.
It wasn't him that did the IR the last time. Remember, he had the old little record shop or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jeff and Leslie would be the ones that tell you right away that I know nothing about plant life.
So what does this plant look like when it's what's in color? I guess I can Google obviously, but
pinkish. I think they're kind of pink. Some pinkish in them.
It has the leaves, if you call them leaves, are really tiny.
Yeah.
And they're green, but it has pink flowers on it.
Yeah.
And they look like little umbrellas, but I don't know. They're almost like I don't know. It almost looks like hair.
They're really pretty, actually.
Yeah. So, well,
yeah, Mozman. Mozman said that the little flowers go from white at the base and pink at the ends.
But I think he used an IR source light to illuminate part of it or something. He was telling me, but that's on film too. He's in the email. He told me to forgive the transfer to digital. He was having some trouble. There we go. Mr. Mark Weston. Go ahead, sir. Mark, you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Tell us about it, Mark. I'm sitting here guessing based on your email, and I can't remember what you said.
This was a purely experimental project at school, and I did nighttime infrared.
Okay.
And so I used a Met strobe that had a filter on it where you can actually see what came out the flash. So you had no idea what was illuminated and how it reacted. And this is part of what I call the nighttime Hijira series. Meaning a nighttime journey. And what I'm doing is I'm using the idea of taking walks at night and coming upon the unexpected, the almost magical quality of things that you can run into. And this is one thing that you could look at and say, "Oh, this looks like like the trees turning into fireworks."
Yeah.
Yeah, when it first popped up, I thought that's what it was.
Something magical and everything. I've got pictures that are serene, surreal, very disturbing, and serene, a different subject. And it's very, it was a very interesting series.
Well, it's different. I'll give you that.
And this is one of them. That's not necessarily the strongest one, but I have some that are I would consider better images. But I've had like I said, I've had a fire at my house, and so I am cut off from my negatives, and so I can't do just a whole lot to I'm trying to equate myself with the new version of Lightroom Classic, and sometimes it will let me do things, and other times it won't.
Okay. Mark, we always enjoy you being in here and the photos you send. The first one, though, just knocked us off our seats. We couldn't quit looking at it. For all of us older folks, we love to look at those nostalgic photos. And believe it or not, now the 80s are nostalgia. So it was so much fun panning around that photo and looking at all the bits and pieces in it. But then your next photo was interesting as well. I like your eye catching that little building. That was pretty cool. This one being, I don't know it's different. I don't know.
Well, it's supposed to be your favorite experimental, hanging it out on the edge.
No, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love that. I love seeing people experiment and showing, what they've accomplished through experimenting.
Shoot with no fear, as they say. Shoot with no fear.
And for me, the big thing is it's film, and Roy's talking about now right here. Mets 45 is great. I don't even know what the Mets. That's a baseball team to me. Mets 45 is great for IR or UV.
Big
Most
old
modern flash doesn't generate much IR or UV.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big
the old
damn
master flash.
Potato mash. Right?
This was shot on a Leica R. I can't remember which model it was, but it was probably a 35 f2 Summicron.
What language are you speaking right now?
He's talking Leica, so if he says Leica 3 times, we know who's going to show up.
Oh, you poor thing! You're supposed to have all the fun toys.
But that's what everybody likes. I think they get to, we've got you guys around to talk about, the old cameras as well as the new. I think it's fantastic that you guys carry so much experience. So like I was telling people earlier, anybody that comes around the channel, there's so much expertise out there. Roy's a constant in here, and you know what? You need to start showing up in our live streams, and so you can sit over there in the chat and answer all these questions about all these old cameras and film as well. You guys have the history. I don't.
You realize I have to do this through the hotel hi-fi through my iPhone just to get the picture to see you. Complicated best.
Well, I'm not saying you have to send a picture every day, but hang out with us and be able to, at least in the chat, answer some of these questions. A lot of us don't understand this, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Jeffrey over here is an anomaly. He just enjoys the old cameras, and he's been playing with the old cameras since he was young too. But Albert Jimenez is in here right now, and he's another guy that likes old lenses, and I'm sure cameras too. Albert, I'm not speaking for you, I hope, but that's what makes this channel unique is we have all this experience internal here in the community, and you guys can answer questions that I can't even begin to answer.
Well, I like the infrared because it has a real quality about it
Right.
that you don't with the regular literal documentation. And doing it in nighttime, it even heightens it more.
You see, I would never have considered IR at night, except for what Martin. Martin, was it you that gave us the IR, or was it Millerad that gave us the IR plant? Now, did you see that the last show review we did, Mark?
The blue one?
Yes, I did.
That inspired me to get a light and go out in the backyard.
Well, I'm going to convert my Z camera to an R, and when Nikon makes its mind up what it wants to do.
Okay.
And then, go from there. I'll go with a more modern or more up to date one, for the landscapes and things like this. I have shot pictures of, this is kind of a visual pun, fireworks and everything. And so, pun is the most, it's scared the lowest form of humor, but it's most potent at 2/3 its original value, PU.
Okay.
And so I have another pit photograph. I went out to a kind of a salt playa lake with an 8x10 view camera, and someone had gone out there in their motorcycle and just rode all over the lake. And I took a picture of it because it reminded me of a desert ocotillo plant.
Okay.
But if you haven't seen one, then you wouldn't understand the photograph. But it does look like a desert ocotillo.
Okay.
So
I haven't seen a photo
double
of one.
meaning.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said I haven't seen that plant.
Okay. It's very short leaves, kind of long arms, and usually if it has enough rain, it'll bloom little tiny flowers at the end of this long stem of leaves. But the leaves have needles embedded in it too.
Okay.
So it's definitely a desert plant and everything. So, you go out and you find things. And I like I'm looking for the magical, unexpected part of life that most people are just too busy running around doing. And I think this is the way to do it.
No, that's great. And you have the eye to, when you see it, you know it too. And that's what's great about it. That's what photographers are, good photographers, is as you're out and about, your eye catches something, that's going to be a photo. And Martin Hill just said, I love running around out in the boonies with the UV torch in utter darkness. And I can imagine, what's going to jump out at you. I think it's pretty cool. Hey, Mark.
And I have some more that will in this series I think will amaze you.
Okay.
I would have liked to have one for this month, being Halloween. It's kind of the ultimate cemetery picture.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
I'll leave that with you just to wonder what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But let the theater of your mind run rampant.
All right. Hey, Mark, we got to get moving here. We got so many photos to go through just yet. But again, thank you very much, because you always stretch our imagination with your photos, and I think that's fantastic.
That's what I want all of you to do.
Yeah.
I want Jeff to get that Hasselblad, X2D2, and I want him to agonize over shooting a peacock's feather with its colors of feathers, because that camera, you all ran over the specs on that. You didn't notice that when you trip the shutter on that sensor can see with a 16-bit operation system, you can see 231 trillion shades of color.
Wow.
I
Trouble
don't
is, my
have
eyes
bad
can only
eyes
see
to do
probably
it.
10.
Yeah.
The camera can see a lot more than my eyes can at my age.
That's what Mark just said too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michael McDermott says vampire photography 101. Let's shoot in the dark.
Well, you know what they always used to say, photographers do it in the dark. And be sure you keep the door shut. You don't want to let all the dark out.
Oh.
Well, anyway, have fun, children.
All right, Mr. Mark, make sure you're ready to go next month. I'm curious to see it now. Curious to see what you're talking about.
Okay.
All
Take
right.
care.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Headway.
Thanks for the submission,
yeah.
Mark. Thanks for stretching our minds a little more as photographers. Always
Well,
a pleasure.
I want you all to do something that's unexpected in your bird photograph.
All
Things
right.
like
All right.
so the best eagle picture I have seen was this big eagle laying on a kind of a mud flat, and his legs were out straight like he was marching towards someone,
Mm-hmm.
and his back was straight to the ground, and his head was just perfectly level with the ground, and he looked like he was coming to someone who's going to clean their clock, and it was a picture.
All right,
That's
buddy.
what I'm looking for. I want something to hit me with a connection, emotional connection.
Yep. Yeah, me too. Me too. We've seen a few of those tonight, and I really enjoy it when we see it. So, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
All right. Well, take care.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Everybody's saying good to see you. Good to hear from you again, Mark, and I second that.
All right. Have a good one.
You too, buddy. Have a good evening. Always like Mark. He's going to stretch your imagination with his photos. That's fantastic. All right. Let's see. What do we have up next? Martin Hild. We finally made it to you, sir. And I love this photo.
There we go. That looks like that owl I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Eurasian eagle owl.
Man, that's beautiful. Martin, was this with your 806.3? Man, that's a beautiful shot. I love the light. That's cool.
I like the composition with him kind of peeking through the leaves.
Yep. In a natural habitat. But for me, I don't use all those cool words and phrases. I just like it. Martin says, yep, 806.3, guys. There's the lens several of you are waiting for.
Yeah, you don't want to show that in public. You're going to have a bunch of people on the chat. They're going to look for you and hunt you down and steal that lens from you.
Yeah, how the heck did you get one? I haven't seen one available.
It's a great lens.
Oh, he says he can't call in because his wife's asleep. Sorry. Well, we'd love to hear from you.
I would love to hear her scream at you in the background. That'd be hilarious. Martin, shut it down.
Now, photo says it almost looks like golden hour light. I agree with that. Is that what it was? Like Jonathan said, I just like it. Enough said.
That's Chuck's vibe for everything. Do you like the photo?
Yeah. Well,
at the end of the day, that is really what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Like not everything has to be a journey down a rabbit hole.
Exactly. But, everybody's got to show their expertise in photography. Well, that's the golden rule that you're using there. Okay, good. Do you like it? Well, yeah, I like it. That's enough said.
Oh, Martin says it was shot across a narrow road, 20-foot distance at golden hour.
With an 800, man, that's why you get a portrait.
Yeah.
So, Vitali, this is the new 806.3 that Nikon put out that everybody and every other brand would love to see their brand make one like this, make a 800 like this. This lens is what, $6,500?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
about
something
right.
like that.
Yeah.
$6,500, and look
Yeah.
at that. It's
Jump
just
change for
phenomenal.
you, Chuck, after you're selling all our photos every week.
I went out and spent all my money on M&Ms. Now I can't afford it.
So this is clearly not a beginner lens.
No. Well,
No.
you know what?
Well,
Okay.
it could be if
This is one of those lenses. If you can afford it and
Yeah.
you want it, then you buy it.
I mean, I can imagine putting this lens in a DX mode.
Wow.
You're gonna be able to reach the moon, probably, right?
Well,
Yeah.
maybe so, but you got to worry about the more you magnify the image, boy, the easier it's going to be to have it blurry, because it just makes it harder to hold it and makes it harder to track anything that's moving, because
well,
harder to pick it up.
DX mode's not gaining you anything other. It's just cropping in camera is all it's doing.
Yeah.
So
Crop it afterwards in post.
Yeah.
If you have to crop, do it in post.
I feel so sorry for Greg. Greg Wilson's been trying to get this lens for a while. He's been on a list for this lens forever.
And it's gonna be a long time before you get one.
That's actually I guess I didn't know that 800 was such a popular focal length. Like, I thought everybody was really after like the 5s and 6.
800 was not a popular photo
No,
length until the
popular length.
$6,500 6.3
That's
came
right.
out.
That's right. Well, it's like the 400 4.5. Like, I wouldn't expect that to fly off the shelf, but I've heard some people complain about the price, but I'm like, it seems remarkably reasonable to me.
I'll tell you why I bought it, and the 400 4.5. I mean, I had the 800. I sold it to a buddy of mine, but I bought the 400 4.5 in preparation for a crop body camera. That's going to be 36 megapixels or higher.
What would be fun to try is to use that kind of lens for just like a people portrait photography.
Oh, they look good.
Oh,
I can't imagine what it looks like then.
Watch Matt Irwin.
Hey,
Matt Irwin is
Vitaly,
with the
Yeah, well, everybody said it, but I was going to say, look Matt Irwin up on
Yeah.
YouTube and then just look through his videos. He actually, when he was testing this lens, actually did that. Used it for street photography / portraits.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm
Which
sure
we
the
all laughed
compression
at.
is just insane, right?
Yeah. Martin, it's a beautiful photo. I love it. I'm jealous at all the photos I've seen tonight. All I got is a blue jay sitting on an old grill for my thumbnail. That's real wildlife birding photography there.
Yeah, if I were to go out around Augusta, where I live, Augusta, Kansas, and tried to do some wildlife, I would get like stray cats and then again the pigeons downtown. The Cooper's hawk swarm was kind of a really unique thing, and I wish I had something more than 200 millimeter for it.
Yeah. So
That'll
that's
probably
the thing.
never happen again.
That's the thing too, Vitaly, just so you know, and I know everybody was talking to you about long primes. 800 millimeter is one of those lenses that, you either need it or you don't for whatever your subject is. But the problem with it is if the subject begins to get closer to you, then you wind up with shots of elk's eyes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because you can't zoom back. You're just stuck at 800 millimeter. So that's one of the things about that lens or that focal length, which is why everybody gravitates to 400 to 600, 600 being, I think, prime for most wildlife photographers. Am I correct, gentlemen?
Yeah. I mean, that's typically what everybody would want to use was a 600 f4.
But I'll tell you, that's why people are going to the 800, maybe a little longer. But the 600 f4 is going to be a five figure. That's going to be a $13,000-$14,000 lens probably when it comes out. And you go, well, gee, I could do the 800 and I get it for that price. So maybe I'll use the 800.
I don't think it's going to be as high as you think. It's not going to be higher than the 400 2.8.
Here's something for you.
So look at Martin's comment here. 800 is kind of frustrating in the summer. The lens does not like haze, and that's something else to consider too.
Yeah.
Heat rising, the haze.
Heat
Yep,
haze.
yep.
I got something for you here, Vitali. So if you go to Amazon, you can get a light Dow 420 to 800 millimeter f8.3 for $97.
That's probably some prime glass there.
Is that a manual lens too?
I mean, it has to be for
manual lens, no linkage to anything, and one piece of glass.
No, what that thing is Bauer actually makes that lens, and they just stick a different name on it, but it's always between $85 and $102.
Well, I imagine you can just take binoculars and then put your Z9 through binocular and take pictures that way.
The 800 is great. That 800 PF is a great video lens too. I've got some videos on my YouTube channel that I did with it, and it works out great for video.
Yeah, glass is expensive, and this is an expensive hobby, and that's just one of those things. We've said it a lot before, but you know what? Pros don't keep brands in business. There aren't enough pros to keep brands in business, and pros don't buy as soon as something comes out. That's what amateurs do. Hence me, the amateur. We're the ones that are buying a whole lot more equipment and lenses and camera bodies than pros. I wish Nikon would understand that. But anyway,
Chuck, can I just quickly jump in? Actually have to get going, so just want to say thanks for having me here. It was great to listen in and learn from all of you guys. I appreciate your advice, and just I gotta jump off right now.
All right, buddy. Hey, Vitali, thanks for dropping in, man. I hope we didn't keep you too long. You guys are welcome to come and go as you please, but I really appreciate you being in here. And again, before you go, I'm going to tell everybody, recommend there's a link in the description of this live stream, and that's Touch Life Studio. Go over there and check out his channel. It's fantastic, especially if you're a Nikon shooter. You're going to find a lot of information about the cameras that he's been using. He does fantastic reviews, and especially his most recent review of the Z9 and the autofocus. So, brother, it's been great having you in here. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice night, guys.
Take it easy. As well. Take care.
Take care, buddy.
All right. Let's see. Sticker shock. Yes, you're going to find some sticker shock, no doubt, when it comes to photography equipment.
Mm-hmm. Boy, would it be nice to have that 402.8 though. God, $13,000.
Yeah, I wish mine would get here.
That is a lens I would.
You ordered one, D-Moots?
Yeah, that's been ordered for months.
All right, so this is what I was talking about earlier. We get hung up and we start to run behind.
Yeah.
All right.
We got to move quick now because we're getting late.
That's a really good nightscape.
All right, Millerad. He sent me two photos. One is a wide angle that just covers the Milky Way, and this one with the tree but in the foreground. But I like the one with the tree in the foreground. It just does something for me. What do you guys think?
I like having I like what I would call nightscapes more than I like Milky Way or astro shots. I like things in the foreground.
I do too. I agree with you on that.
And here's all the information.
I mean, a Milky Way shot on its by itself is just a Milky Way shot. There's there's millions of those out there.
Right.
The foreground really makes it.
That purple coloration seems to be. I mean, I'm not a big stargazer, and that may seem weird since I worked in the aerospace business. But the purple coloration that you get in the sky when you're doing Milky Way shots or.
Okay, so one of the things about Milky Way is this is what I've learned, and I don't know how to do it, but I've learned that there are so many ways to process the Milky Way color as far as colors go. And, so what you see and you consider a beautiful photo won't necessarily be the same beautiful photo that you see from somebody else. In other words, the colors will be a little bit different. Is there really a color palette for the Milky Way that we could say this is the standard palette? You guys know?
There is, but I mean, nobody has the equipment for it. NASA would have the, I mean, what they do is they can read like the wavelength, right? And the material, different materials have different colors. I mean, that's something that like Isaac Newton worked on. But different elements have different colors, and so NASA like superimposes those colors.
Yeah, they do.
The Milky Way's making me hungry for candy.
Same thing.
We left Jeffrey out in the dark for a minute when he switched chairs.
I was out in the Milky Way somewhere.
Now Jeffrey's gonna get cut off.
Now he's back in the atmosphere.
About here. No, I mean, I know I didn't get to finish what I was saying, but I'm just curious because a lot of the pictures have that purple coloration to it. And is that what you're seeing with the naked eye typically, or is that something that just the camera captures it that way?
The problem is with the naked eye, you can't see any color at all, hardly.
Yeah, the camera actually doesn't capture it either. Like you have to. That's what you probably didn't hear it, Jeffrey, but NASA superimposes those colors, like those beautiful James Webb Space Telescope pictures that you see of like the blue galaxies. It is blue on the color spectrum, but our eyes and our instruments can't really see it. They see it in wavelengths and just like, oh, this is this shade of blue, and they throw it in.
All right, so they're faking.
Martin, it's a beautiful, beautiful shot, man.
I wonder.
I'm sorry, Millerad. I'm sorry.
I wonder. Did you light paint the tree?
And this is in the Philippines.
That's kind of what it looks like,
guys. I think it's beautiful. Again, Millerad. That's why I chose this one. I like that tree in the foreground. It just adds something to it.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
All right. Moving on, we have Mr. Paul Connors. All right, Paul.
Nice stoppage of the ball.
Yep.
And it looks round. It's not like an egg.
Yep.
Yeah. And I like how the guy in the background looks really disappointed that he got out of the sand pit. He's like, dadgummit, I was supposed to win this hole. I thought I had it for sure.
Or his is probably next to where the other guy's was, and he's saying, oh, I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, that's probably more like it because he's standing. Why else would you be standing in the sand pit?
Yep, you froze everything. That's good. All the sand.
Yeah, he's thinking, I got to shoot next, and he got out. Dang it.
He got out, and I never get out. And
hang on just a minute.
Can we play best ball? Can we make that a rule?
He's in on this shot, you know.
Paul.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is an interesting shot because I sent you the two of them, but 4 foursomes in a row, not one of them made that green on that par 3. And in this particular photo, the gentleman behind the guy in the yellow, he was in the trap. The picture I sent you that you didn't use is him taking his shot immediately after this guy. But 4 foursomes in a row on this during this tournament, all landed in that trap in roughly almost the same area.
Well, I'd say you did a good job on catching this. I mean, again, your shutter speed was definitely right on because you caught everything in movement still sharp.
Yeah, that was, I think, 1/15 of a second. I used a 70-200. I shot it at 2.8.
That doesn't look like 1/15 of a second to me. That ball would be a blur egg.
No, I think it was 1/15 because 1/15 it typically stops like rotor blades and propellers and things like that.
Wow.
So maybe it's a little slower, but I thought I shot that at 1/15.
I was guessing more like 1/500th or more. The club isn't. I mean, the club is
pretty sharp.
frozen.
Yeah,
and that club was moving to get out of the sand trap. So I'm just thinking the shutter speed has to be way up there. But anyway, you definitely captured it, no doubt about it. I like the composition too. You had to pick a point where the ball's still visible, but the people don't become tiny or whatever. So I think it's great.
Yeah, that's an interesting part 3. That's the club I used to be a member of, and that was the men's member guest. And the tee box is elevated, and they're hitting down to a very small 2-tiered fast green. And like I said, 4 foursomes in a row. This is only 2 guys in the foursome they were playing with. 4 foursomes in a row. So 16 golfers all went, back to back, wound up in that trap.
Okay.
And I was standing at the back side of the green, and there's a very steep bluff immediately behind it. And, so I was using the 70 to 200. And I was kind of stunned that, 16 consecutive golfers, not one of them made the green off the tee.
Well, I'll tell you what, you did a great job on the shot, brother. And, this is why you guys send in 2 or 3 photos and you want me to pick. Well, you're going to get whatever catches my eye. I suggest you send one. And now you know what? I just can't put a dozen, put 5 photos for everybody in here. I mean, look, we're at 11:35 and I still have, I don't know how many images to go. I don't think it's too many more, but we're
probably got at least a dozen anyway, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and plus a couple others that have been sent since I last checked. So yeah, Mozman's got one coming up here at the end too. I gotta download it yet, but hey, Paul, I think it's a great. This was with the Z9, right?
No. This was long before I went mirrorless. This was done with my D750.
No, well, great camera.
And it was before I bought the D850, and way before I bought the Z9. So no, that's the D750, and that was the 70 to 200 that I used.
Okay, it's a great composition, man. You're now you're now a sports photographer, brother. You just qualified.
You have to go.
Well, I'm an avid golfer, so when they asked me to, and I volunteered to do the photography for the men's member guest and the women's member guest that followed it. When you're a golfer, you know what to look for. So I probably shot 1,500, 1,600 photos in the 3 days of that men's tournament, and probably close to 1,000 in the 2 days of the women's tournament.
Well, it sounds like shooting motocross. Same thing. Now then you have to go through them all. But hey, good job, man.
All right, thanks for showing it.
You're welcome, brother.
Have a good one,
and
Paul.
have a good rest of your night, Chuck, and everybody else.
You too, buddy.
Yeah,
Thank
you too.
Good job, buddy.
All right. It is a good shot. Catch the ball, and the people are still small enough in the frame. Catching the ball right there is quite a big deal. All right, Ray Powell. Ray may not be in here with us. I'm not sure. Ray, are you around?
I like Roy's comment here that you got posted.
Yeah. I am too, Roy. I am too, buddy. So the only thing I'm curious about here is I think we got the bike on a stand, and I wanted to ask him about that. Let me get the cursor up here. We can zoom in and you can see, I don't know if it's a shadow or the bike's on a stand. I don't think it's moving. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I can't. Is that stand actually touching, or is it just kind of hanging down?
I don't know.
The stand is hanging down. I mean, it's either. I don't think that bike's moving at all.
Yeah,
the shot that you wanted was when he's taking a right turn and get them sparks flying.
Yeah.
You mean a left turn?
Oh, is it on the left side or right side?
Left side.
It's on the left side.
I don't do motorcycles. I barely do bicycles.
It's probably a kind of an optical illusion. It makes it look like it's sticking above the road, but it's probably resting on the road. I'm sure it is.
So it would have been a pretty fast shutter speed if he is moving. I think this would have been, if it's moving, this would have been a great panning shot.
Yeah.
To throw that background completely out. Yep.
Yeah. Blur that background.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like bikes. What is this? I don't
Yeah.
know. It's an old bike,
That's an old-
obviously.
It's a
What
twin
is
of
an
some sort.
what is an HRD?
I don't know.
It's cool looking. I like it. Ray, I wish you were in here, man. So when you rewatch this or watch it for the first time, drop a comment. Let us know what's
If it's
going
moving
on
or not.
and what kind of bike it is. I like
Yeah.
the look of it, but we don't know. Cool. All right. It's a right-hand drive motorcycle, Roy said. I'm guessing it is in the UK, Gustavo. That's where Roy's at. I mean, not Roy. Well, Roy was there until Australia decided to. I'm just kidding, Roy.
Whoa, don't go down that road.
All right, Rich just sent this in just a little while ago. This is where it came out in the stack. Rich, thank you for sending it in. Are you still in here?
I like the backlighting on it.
I think
Or
I
hair
would
light
have.
from the
I think I would have either cropped or maybe try to get the elbow of the child in the picture and get rid of the highlight that's up at the top and get rid of that.
Yeah, get rid of that hot spot.
So
Yeah.
that's the only thing. Yeah, that's the only thing I'd say. I don't even have a problem with, I know that the purist, well, you don't have the elbow. Now his arm's disconnected to his shoulder and yada, yada, yada. I don't even care because my eyes go here. That's what this is about.
Well, there's, even the purists. I've heard them make that argument, but there's a traditional rule of composition that allows for that kind of thing because it's quite clear that you're inferring that the child's arm is the child's arm.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, if you got to shift it down to get rid of the
So hello.
you'd get.
Hey, Chuck, it's Rich.
Hey, Rich. All right. So tell us about your photo.
Just my wife and my child were at a park, and it was the bad time of day to take pictures, but I like putting the sun in the background, and that's what I did. Took chances, and it came out pretty well. In color, it's even better. And, well, not better, but it's different. But I actually sent it uncropped on purpose, just to show people the possibilities of what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
The way I did it is I just cropped out the top a little bit and put my wife and son to the right a little more. So the bench shows on the left side more, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I always like the what I call rim light, around an object, whether it be even when I shoot birds. I like it when the outline is highlighted, like the hair is here with your wife and child. So I like that.
No, I like the
photo. It's super warm sun. It's really in color. It's pretty stunning too. But I like black and white.
Yeah,
equally.
Mm-hmm. I like it, and I like the way you said you cropped it. Cutting the bench off right here, it doesn't bother me, but I know that it probably looks much better when you move them to the right in the frame.
Yeah, definitely. You see you looking out to the frame. The bench has a leading line there too. Yeah, the D810 with the 105 1.4.
The 105.
Yeah.
Yeah, love it.
It came out great for shooting into the sun like that. Looks good.
No, it looks real good. I like it. I'd love to see the color too, but man, hey, thanks for sharing a photo with us, and thanks for calling in to talk about it. It's always nice to hear from the photographer. But this was just a quick capture at the park with your wife and your son. That's great. Again, a photographer's eye. There's a moment, catch it.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a few angles I took, but there's like two good ones, and this is one of them. Yeah.
I think it's great, man. Yeah, the only thing that is that hot spot at the top. But, again, I'm not one of the purists. I notice it, but, I wouldn't say, oh, it's terrible. Could have got rid of that and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's basically the sun. It's not even flare. That's basically the sun. It's just there, or just outside the frame right there.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
That's that.
You should have moved the sun. Come on. Rich.
Yeah, you could have taken. Yeah, you could take your hand and kind of push.
Take a minute and move those obstructions out of the frame.
No, actually, you get a good point, because telephoto, you can just shift a little bit and everything moves pretty well.
But no, No, that's a photo your wife's going to love forever too.
Oh yeah, we have it framed big.
Great, great.
Yeah,
That's the only
I
way
was
you'll
trying
have
to
it
say,
forever. Because with digital, I'm not so sure how long we're going to be able to keep things if we don't do some printing.
yeah, storage costs a little money, doesn't it?
Yep.
You know, and not having seen the color version, I like the black and white because the background might be distracting to in color. I think it just they pop more in black and white.
Thanks. I'll send you the color. You can pop it in if you have a chance later on. But it's pretty cool, the difference. You'll see it. It's a very cool difference. It's completely different shot in a way.
Okay. Okay. We'll see if we can get to it. All right. You have a lovely, lovely family there with your wife and son.
Thanks. Blessing and encouragement. Thanks. No, they're great. They're great.
All right, brother. Thank you for submitting a photo.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Hey, hang around next month and stick around and show us some more of your work.
Oh, there's plenty. Yeah, I'll show you. Definitely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
Okay. Bye. Bye, Chuck. Bye, guys.
Yeah, have a good one.
See ya.
All right. I love it when people can call in. All right. It's great. Moving on. Let's see. Who else do we have? Man, I hate to do this. I hate to sound like I'm just blowing past. Mr. Roy Bigsby.
Hey.
Love the color. Complementary colors. Isn't it amazing how nature does that for you?
Yeah.
If this is in Australia, how long after smelling this flower do you have to get to a hospital before you die?
Hey, what I like is all the flower petals haven't been chewed up by bugs yet.
I don't know. I was going to say it looks pretty tasty.
Well, I don't think this was a recent. This wasn't a recent photo because it's pretty daggone chilly still down under.
That's right. It's already. They're actually moving to warmer weather here soon.
Roy talking about that last image would have been nice in portrait mode too. Yeah, I'd like to see that in portrait mode.
I like how all the flowers have there's enough. If you would have got too close to the flower, you wouldn't have gotten a sense of what I assume is wind direction, because they're all kind of leaning towards the same direction.
Well, I'm more curious, considering it's Roy, is what camera and what lens.
Yeah.
Fill us in, Roy.
Like I said, I'm lucky when I find a group of flowers that half of them aren't chewed up, or don't look that great. I mean, even if it's prime season, it's sometimes hard to get a good grouping of flowers.
Albert, I agree with that. And the other thing about that is, and I know we're waiting for. It was last evening. Roy says, I just wanted to say, you know what, you're right, and for photographers that are actually working a gig or something like that, I understand trying to position people or whatever, but just catching the moment sometimes, I wouldn't pass the opportunity to catch the shot, especially if it was my wife and child, just to get a better composition out of it.
I have missed every single photo opportunity with my wife and child. Haven't gotten a single picture of them.
Well, look,
because I don't have them.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have another life you didn't tell us about.
No, I'm an open book. I'm single, lonely, and thrilled that I don't have kids because they scare me. But back to this awesome photo: the 105 macro and the Z9. Okay,
beautiful. I love it, Roy. I love the color.
Isn't it nice, Roy? Not to just to be able to get out there and get other things, right? Now you get time. Now you have time to do that more.
Yeah. It's frustrating seeing all the colors in Australia that just don't exist anywhere else. Flowers, birds. That is so true. The birds, man, that is fantastic. All right, Roy. Thank you very much. Long time contributor.
The United States doesn't really have, well, I mean, maybe to other countries we have some interesting birds, but like we don't have, like, you go to Australia and there's just like a completely different type of wildlife sounds. You know, it's like just even listening to it would be a completely different experience.
Yep. All right, guys, this
I
is
love
from
this.
this is from Sanjit. Remember Sanjit was on the
Yeah.
show?
Yeah.
So I really want to get him back on the show too.
I love this picture.
I do too.
This needs to be on the cover of a stop harvesting palm oil kind of commercial. Like there's like emotion in this orangutan's face.
He sent a couple of photos, but I love this.
I
just love this. It's like wisdom or something, you know.
Yeah.
You're looking at an orangutan, or however you say it now. You know, not how I grew up, but anyway, you look at it and I see it's like he's thinking, like, what I don't know. I don't even know what the thought would be, but
I just love orangutans are my favorite, like great ape. I just think they're so fun, and they do look super wise. Like this one looks like he has seen some things, or she, whatever it is.
Yeah. Great photo, Sanjit. I don't know if you're in here. I haven't seen you in the chat.
No.
You
Photo.
mean?
I like the tightness of it too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the only other ape that, I mean, gorillas obviously have very humanistic facial representations lots of times as well. So
Yeah.
I think orangutans and gorillas are really the two that pop out to me the most.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
I mean,
Hey,
just
Sanjit, we're gonna get you back in the show, man.
Remember
I really
this?
appreciate
These those orangutans were the smart ones in Planet of the Apes. Remember that?
right.
That's
Yep.
right.
Hey, Sanji, excellent picture of Ed Sheeran, man. Really, really exceptional.
On
Yeah,
Roy's
we
photo,
love
need
the
him back
hair.
on the show.
Roy's photo, he said I'd go to the garden and get some shots for the show. That's great, Roy. All right.
We don't
Mr.
grow nothing but clover
Mozman.
here.
No, it's a nice shot. Really is.
Iron Eyes Cody, don't pollute. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Iron Eyes Cody is. Is that maybe before my time?
Mike Farwell says look awesome in black and white. You know what? It probably would. It's one of those photos you could edit it either way, I think. All right. Thanks, Sanjit.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
You were on here to comment.
Uh-oh, who's up now?
You got me.
Excellent
Mr.
reflection.
Mr. Selective Imagery.
I don't know this guy. This is a mink. There's two mink families that we know of at the park I go to, and one is in the area I always talk about, the causeway where the cars come in, and there's the marsh side and the pond side, and this happens to be with the on the marsh side, and there was a series of shots I took of this mink, and basically it's obviously the nose is almost touching the water. I mean, it sees its own reflection, but in subsequent shots, the head starts to go in the water, and then eventually the whole body goes in the water, and it swims like 20 feet away and pops up somewhere else. But they do this a lot. I mean, they get near the water's edge, and it's almost like they think they're seeing somebody else for a second, and they pause, and then eventually they stick their head in the water and they start swimming around. And they're very carnivorous feeders. I've seen them pull really large fish out of the water, drag it on the rocks, and start chewing on it. They like getting blue crabs. And we'll catch them running across the rocks sometimes with a crab in their mouth. But you don't see them that often. I mean, we would get times where, like I said, I'm there every week throughout the whole year, and you might get 1 or 2 weeks in a row where everybody says, "Oh, did you see the mink yesterday?" And someone says, "No, but I saw it, this morning or whatever." And you get these intermittent viewings of the minks for like a week or two, and then you might not see them again the whole rest of the year. I mean, but when you're lucky enough to run into one and watch it swimming and feeding, it's really a treat. They're really cute, really
It's a
cute.
nice composition, buddy. It really looks nice. I like the way you composed it or cropped it or whatever you had to do. But very calm water, very sharp. It's neat. It's a cool photo. That's a
good
print.
shot.
Yeah, the sun is just a sliver of the sun is really coming up, and that's where you get that yellow on some of the rocks. You're getting like a beam of light cutting across those rocks, and then the cropping would have been from right to left to just cut off some of the water to make it a little bit tighter composition than what it was when it was originally shot.
I like it.
But and you can see the oysters. You can see the oysters stuck on the rock.
On the rock.
Well, they eat those too.
I've never seen them eat the oysters. I always see them eating fish or crabs.
I know minks are savage little creatures, man. They
they're a nuisance up in Alaska.
Yeah, if you have large populations, certain they can wipe out a fish population, devastate ecosystem really quick if you have too many of them. And it's just like in the bird, in this area with birds, if you get too many cormorants can wipe out a fish population really fast as well.
Oh yeah. Well,
because they'll eat one fish could eat 20 fish right in front of you, one after another.
This is a cool shot.
This is a wild photo.
This is Mr. Hunter, Tim Hunter. Hey, buddy, nice shot.
It's just like something out of a Disney Tron movie or something.
I was just going to say that, Jeffrey. Right? It reminds me of Tron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. It's really neat.
Something out of an ayahuasca journey.
Well, it must be some kind of show because you see all the heads of the people in the background, so it must be some kind of a performance.
It is. I was waiting for him to throw an explanation in there or call if he'd like to call.
Yeah, that's neat.
Guys, I'm moving on these because it's time to head to the little boys' room again for me. So I'm trying to get through these, take a short break, and then come back and we'll just go do a quick through all the photos again. Then we can chat. Tim, you still in here, man? I just saw you a minute ago commenting. I can find my cursor again. I can never find my cursor. Working from the monitor to
I lose mine too on these dual screens. I have to sit there and fling the mouths back and forth until I see it.
All right. I like this. I love the colors. This is another one of those things. Tell me that doesn't catch your eye. Whether you like the photo or not, it definitely catches your eye. But capturing the color is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Almost looks like light painting on this person that's aiming a laser or shooting a laser or something.
Yeah, it's some kind of I'm guessing this is a fairly slow shutter speed. And the laser light suit. I like it being all squiggly and swirly, and it makes the lights thicker, and it just kind of confuses your eyes for a second.
Yeah, the one on the left they're wider, and the one on the far right they're a lot tighter and sharper.
Mm-hmm.
David, we already went through your image. Sorry, buddy, but let me throw it up here. Shot with the D4S 300 millimeter PF 1000.
1000.
Yeah. Handheld hitting the sack. All right, brother. All right, man. I'm sorry you missed it, man. But yeah, we already went through your photo. I know it's hard. Okay, so let me give you guys a little inside information here. I now am trying to download these as they come in. So if you're the first to get your photo to me, you're one of the first to get it up on the screen that night. So maybe that'll help remind people. If you're one of the last to get your photo to me, this is your time frame. It's just hard getting through so many photos. And again, if everybody sent 2 or 3 photos, we wouldn't even begin to be close to finishing these photos up.
We would break your show record easy if we were showing 2 or 3 photos from everybody.
Absolutely.
I'd be late to work on Monday.
Yeah. Hey Tim, thanks for the photo. Wish we could have got some more information on the background of it and everything else have you in here. But we have to keep moving. Todd, you're up, sir, if you're in
That's
here.
cool.
Ooh,
I like
nice.
the moon, baby. The moon makes that.
I like
love
the processing on this. You can tell it's obviously nighttime, but he did a really good job of pulling up the dark areas. It's
And
almost
here
like
he is. Hang
multiple
on, Todd.
exposure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a composite, but I don't know
All
if
right,
it is or
Todd,
not. But
go
it's
ahead.
cool looking.
You
All
know,
right, I
even
took
underneath
this
the
shot,
bridge.
the last full moon that we had,
Yeah.
and it was a 4 exposure HDR image
Okay.
done with Z9 at 800 ISO, and the exposure was from about 1/60th of a second at the fastest, and about 4 seconds at the slowest.
Nice.
And it was actually a composite. I took the shot on a tripod, and the first shot, as I mentioned, was with 24 millimeter, and then for the second shot with the moon, I used a 155 at f8, same ISO at 1/200th of a second, and then just overlaid it over the other shot.
Well, let me ask you something.
Cool
That's something I
workaround.
struggle with. I love the composite. I like do that too, but with the moon, obviously, I understand you have to make it a composite, otherwise that's just a blurry mess up there, bright blurry mess. But
Yeah.
how did you get? Because when you capture the moon, the sky is black. So did you?
No.
No.
No, this was done about, this would have been taken about 9 o'clock at night, maybe 9:30. And with the exposure, as long as it is, it actually lightens up the sky. So it was really what made this shot for me, because I've done this, I do a lot of night shooting,
Yeah.
was having the clouds in there. It just gave it some texture, I guess, to the sky.
Yeah.
Well, when you composited the moon into the photo, did you just bring the moon? Is what I'm saying, because anything around it at that shutter speed at that time of the night would be black. That's what I'm getting at. So you did an excellent job at that. I'm not so good at it. I can't make it. I can't blend it well. It looks like I just pasted the moon in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's in exactly the same position that it was on the other shot that it was merged with.
Right.
It's just that it's taken at 155 millimeters instead of 24, so it made it a little, probably about 3 times larger than it actually was in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And this shot was selected by the Austin Photography Society as a feature photo in their recent newsletter.
So there are a lot of
people.
I
felt pretty good about it.
Yeah. So there are a lot of people that are going to complain about HDR. I don't know why. I like HDR as well as
I did
anything
too.
else.
I think it looks cool.
Yeah. And here's the thing about this. This is another one of those photos. You just want to keep looking. All the graffiti on the side of the bridge. I mean, it's just, and looking at the buildings, you're looking for something, whether there's anything there or not, it just forces you to want to look and see what else you can find. I think it's great.
The other thing that you get with the HDR
you maintain the sharpness, but you're still able to have the light. And photography is all about light.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the complaints that you generally have with HDR, or most people have, is it looks fake.
Yeah.
And I try my best to tone it down as much as possible.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you're looking at it with a naked eye, you would not see the brightness of the photo at all.
Well, I think the other thing is we as photographers can identify. I mean, the first thing I see there is this is HDR, not overblown or anything
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
not overdone in HDR,
Right, it's
and that's
very
the
good.
problem if they overdo it.
But anybody viewing it that's not a photographer, they're seeing this as, wow, what an image, you know.
Yeah.
They're not saying, oh, it's HDR. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. And I always, I always explain what I'm doing whenever I submit anything. And in this case, I put it up on the local Facebook page, and it was selected to. They contacted me and asked me if they could use it for their newsletter, which I felt pretty good about. And I've had other of my images selected at times as well too. So any kind of recognition like that. We're out there all the time taking photos and that. Lots of times I love doing it, and I don't need somebody patting me on the back, but it does help to inspire you to go out on some of those days, or when you maybe not really feel like going out and doing photography. It helps to give you some incentive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you,
Beautiful image, my friend. It is really, really nice. I love it.
And it looks like it would make a great video game still for like it almost gives me that futuristic video game look.
Right. And I have to say, while we're on, like, I like this image a lot. And I think anybody that, because I've heard people complain about like the HDR feel, and I just think that this, or composite, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's a really pretentious thing for people to complain about, because literally at the bottom of a photography shot is candid. Everything else above that is interpretation, right? It's like you have a snapshot and then you have everything else above that. And so there's really nothing to complain about anything above that. It's like, what do you like? I think this looks rad, but I'm also a huge fan of like painterly editing, right? I like when it kind of looks like an oil painting, and I love that.
Yeah, I do a lot of astrophotography, and I get comments from people saying, "Oh, that image is just doctored up. You doctored that image." Well, even if you just use your iPhone as a camera, the camera doctors the image.
Yeah.
So
artistic impression. Get over it.
More work goes into making an image like this.
Photographers, Todd.
Yeah.
No, there are some other photographers that have that type of attitude, but more casual type photographers who have probably maybe attempted it with their iPhones or with their regular camera and gotten different results.
Yeah.
And in Milky Way photography, especially, it's really open to interpretation the way you color grade.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I tend to be a little bit warmer than the photo that you showed tonight when I color grade on astrophotography than he did.
Yeah.
And I also tend to do composites between the foreground and the background.
Right.
And I can get that foreground then really super sharp and clean as well as the background. And it just makes it, to me anyway, it makes it look so much better. But that's where you get complaints from people saying, "Oh, you're just doctoring it all up." Well, I guess in a way,
there are always people that are going to.
I get where they're coming from.
Well, there are always going to be people that way. The bottom line is, and we say it all the time, or I say it all the time. I shoot the way I want to shoot, and people either like it or they don't. And I've had people try to critique a photo of mine that I didn't ask for, And I just asked the guy, he's telling me all the things technically that were wrong with the photo. I said, "Do you like it or not?" He said, "Yeah, I like it." Then you don't need to say anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This would make one heck of a puzzle. You know that?
Yeah, right.
No, really.
Yeah.
You take
Make a
an
great
image like
puzzle,
this and you
yes.
have it made into a puzzle. That would be one
Yeah.
fun puzzle we'll put together. I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
I would. Never thought about it that way.
Yeah, I
So
like
anyway,
it
I
a lot.
appreciate everybody taking the time to look at not only my photo but all the photos, and we're listening to everybody's comments on all the different photos. It really helps me as a photographer to come up with some ideas of what I maybe could do differently and how I can improve my own shooting. So it's much appreciated.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this, Todd, is we're all learning something as we go along, picking up ideas or inspiration or whatever. And this was the chat, the community that suggested we do this. It wasn't my idea because I was afraid of getting in the critique mode. People like to, I don't know. Anyway, keeping it in the review mode, just sharing what you shoot seems to be working out well. And I really appreciate you participating too. Love the image, man.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Rex. Thank you, everybody. And
Great job.
we'll see you guys or talk to you maybe next month again.
All right, man.
Yeah, man.
Thanks a lot.
Now you got us wondering what's next.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like it.
The problem is can you top this? That's the problem.
Yeah, you
All
put
right,
two
Todd.
moons in it.
All right. Take care.
Thanks a lot.
See ya.
Good one.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right, Tony, you're in.
Nice shot. I love photographing those birds.
I love color. I
my
love
gosh.
this. And you're going to say, why did I choose this one? He sent me several photos. I just love the color in it. This is a paint company commercial ad
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah, that's a Sherwin-Williams commercial.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, an
Every-
interesting fact about pigeons while we're looking at this.
Life
Oh,
is
look
like
at
a pigeon.
Look at the detail.
It's beautiful,
Yeah.
man. It's
What
absolutely
lens?
beautiful.
What lens
Every
is
time I
this?
go to the zoo, I take pictures of the lorikeets. They're just
What-
fun to photograph.
What lens is this, man? It's so sharp.
Tony's in the chat right
This
now.
this had to be like 2,000th of a second or something higher, because it's way too sharp. Low ISO.
I don't know, man, but
It's really clean. The colors are so good. This is like
A7R3
Zeiss
Sigma
color.
100 to 400.
You probably shot it close to wide open too, because it does get a little soft when you get to the back edge
Yeah.
of the bird. So he probably shot it maybe wide open or stopped it down, maybe one stop at the most. But it's
I
the key
guess
is the eye, and then you work. Then you're radiating outward from the eye, and you're looking at let's see how sharp it is here and there, but the color blows you away.
I guess
Color
just because I've never been a Sigma guy, I had no idea that the 1 to 400 was that sharp.
Yeah, man. Oh, how come I can't catch that? There we go. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Tony, it is a fantastic photo. That's Sherman Williams has to get this photo, man. You need to
Right.
tell him, hey, I got this over here if you want to work a little business.
and even though you used Sony, it came out pretty good. Only kidding, man. Don't matter what you shoot, buddy. Does not matter what you shoot.
It's beautiful, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tony has a YouTube channel. I'll go subscribe to you, my man.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to check it out when I saw that.
It's fantastic.
There it is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Yeah.
Oh, pretty big channel. 5,000
Yeah.
subs.
Yeah, he's got 5,000. Good channel.
Great, man. Great. Tony, we need to get you in here on the guest list too.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess you have that ability if you have YouTube, big YouTube channel. I
Yeah,
love
he's
the
got
photo.
Yeah, these are, like he says, these are those terrible Sony colors everybody talks about.
It's just good
I'll
post
tell you, you know
processing.
what? Everybody makes too big a deal out of that stuff because in reality, if you don't like the colors from a certain camera model or whatever, you know, you're gonna create a custom preset and you're gonna have it applied to everything that sucks into your computer, and you're gonna make it look stinking fine. And it's there's too much getting wrapped around that as well, because it's not hard to fix it and get it to look the way you want it to look. And
I agree, but I mean, there's something to be said that whenever Fro was shooting Nikon, he had Fro Pack 1. He switched to Sony. Now he has 3 Fro Packs to get the presets. So I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I like Roy's comment too.
A raw file's a raw file. So
yeah,
I like Roy's comment here too. I hadn't even thought about it. I was too mesmerized by the eye and the color in this and the detail. Square format.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
Tony's
like
got a good page or YouTube channel there. He's got quite a bit of content. I just subscribed.
Yeah, I went and subbed.
Hey Tony, thanks for the photo, man. It's beautiful.
Good job, man. Good job.
Yeah, excellent.
This thing, I don't know if you've printed it or not, but you need to, because it's just a beautiful photo. Thank you for sharing it with us. All right, last photo before I have to download some more, and I want to pull up. You guys check out. I don't know who this crazy guy was.
I don't know who this crazy nut is. So
that's cool.
This photo shoot was I had no idea what to send today. But this photo shoot was actually a disaster. Okay. It got shut down mid shoot. I actually wasn't comfortable. And so but this is one of the few few shots that I got before I shut it down. And the thing that I liked about it was because of the direction of the hand. And I went through a bunch of shots to get it right. I wanted it to look like it maybe wasn't the model's hands that were grabbing her head. And so the hand on top, it looks like it could be hers, but the angle that I have her wrist kicked over at looks like it could be someone else's. And so, and I also just used a radial gradient to make sure that it was darker up there to make it look like a different skin tone. But it was just supposed to be a spooky mask shoot. I think porcelain masks are scary. This isn't a porcelain mask. This is plastic. But
I'm thinking the word is creepy.
Yeah. It just shook you up too
I like
much.
it.
Call it quits early, huh? Or did the person pull out a knife to make it look a little too realistic?
Well, without going into too much detail, there was just too much. This was supposed to be some of the spookiness and some bodyscape, and it was going to be 2 hours of stuff that we had planned, and there was just some uncomfortable commentary not on my part, and I just shut it down. I was like, oh yeah, we got plenty. I shut it down. And so but I did get a couple of good shots, so the spooky stuff worked out good. Like I said, this isn't a porcelain mask, but the porcelain masks remind me of the creepy dolls that my grandmother used to collect. And as a kid, I always thought those were horrifying.
The ones that turn their heads as you walk by.
I sure thought they did whenever I was a kid, or that they were going
to. They blinked at you. You know,
right? But I don't know how it's going to come across on everybody else's screen. But printed, this gives off a silver sheen. It looks a little more flat on most devices. But I went through, a disaster shoot. This is about the only picture I liked from it, and I went through about 15 different types of processing and paper to figure out the one that I wanted. And so it's kind of unnecessarily an unnecessary amount of work went into it for such a kind of simple shot. But
great, I like it. Again, creativity, something different, something cool. I like the processing. Somebody said it looks like a charcoal. I think it does. I think that's fantastic. That said, let me close my sharing my screen for a minute, because that's all the photos that I had in the folder. And I'm going to run to the little boys' room. You guys can pick up the chat. Hey, I mean, hats off to everybody that submitted photos tonight. It's been fantastic. But I've got a few more. I'm going to come back right after I go to the little boys' room and download a few more that have come in, and we're going to look at them. But
you know what? It's actually kind of horrifying having that face behind you, Chuck. That looks it's terrifying back there. Yeah, thank you, Huffado. That means that my my processing and the direction of my light is actually how I achieved that lighting, because I knew I wanted that hand to be dark. I had to I actually shot from the top rim of my light was angled down just like past her hand, right? And then I had a grid on it so it would kind of like narrow it a little bit, but
yeah, I think we had an exceptional grouping of photos tonight. I mean, it's been really, really fun. Really nice to see what everybody does. It's not all the same subject matter. It's a variety of everything, techniques and experimentation with UV light and night photography and everything. Just amazing stuff we saw tonight. I think it's probably one of the, I mean, I personally like when we do this show more than pretty much anything else, because I think it gives everybody a chance to share what they're enjoying in life with their camera with other people who are very receptive to everything else that everybody does. I mean,
yeah.
And I like the fact that if it's a photo critique at all, it's a very minor photo critique. It's not
right.
It's and because anything in a photo is so subjective, and
That's
you
right.
could show it to 20 people and get 10 different interpretations of that photo or something.
Yeah.
One guy doesn't like one thing, one guy doesn't like another thing, and
honestly,
it's not
like
worth getting hung up to it. I've gone on. I've watched some high-level photographers do a show where all they're doing is critiquing pictures that people sent in, and some can critique a person's photo and call out things that can be improved and do it in a way that doesn't make the person feel like giving up photography 5 minutes later.
Right.
and others just go for the jugular and cream people. And thankfully we have not gotten to where we even get close to doing anything like that, because that just makes it miserable.
I find it to be a little disappointing that I had a series on my channel, and I'll still do it when people send stuff, but I really wanted my subscriber edit series to really do something, because I like seeing other people's work, and the only thing more fun than seeing other people's work is putting my spin on their composition and like their style of shooting. And it's just like a lot of fun. And I don't have anything like negative to say about anybody's stuff. I like looking at and playing with other people's things, but it just, for whatever reason, it never went anywhere. I think I've had 2 or 3 people send stuff. And so, it never went anywhere. And it's a shame, because for me, my YouTube channel went from doing stuff I wanted to do to doing stuff to try to build my channel, to getting bored and having a gear meltdown and going back to why I started it, which was to do what I wanted to do, Yeah. And for me, a big part of shooting photography is looking at other people's photography, and seeing, oh, I never thought of that. I'm going to incorporate that into my kind of thing that I do,
Yep.
But
I agree with what I'm seeing on the chat here is constructive criticism. I never have a problem with it, but then some people go too far and they get mean about it.
I've actually never seen a Matt Granger. I didn't know he critiqued people's photos.
Yeah, he has a every once in a while where people send in images, but I
Yeah.
haven't really watched those particular videos. But yeah, it's important to have critiquing or commentary and you can do it without being mean and cruel, as some people have said in here, which sometimes, sometimes I think it's the if a photographer wants to be mean and cruel, it's almost like they have an ego problem and they think they're better, so much better than everybody else, that they
Right.
feel they have to knock somebody down to make themselves feel better.
Yeah.
Well,
That's how I look at it.
I've seen back whenever I was watching the one guy. I don't want to poop on anybody. But
What?
I saw some pretty incredible photos and his critiques, and there's just never, like, there can't be one that's just like you nailed it. There's always something, and it's always like a little bit extra. And I'm like, seriously, like there's been a lot of stuff come through that is like leagues beyond what I've seen from that particular photographer. It's like, why can't you just appreciate it being a good shot? You know, like not everything has to be critiqued. You know, it's like you're riding a fine line between style and a screw up. You know?
Yeah.
Well, it's like always having that family member when you have a family get together and everybody's having a good meal together. You always have that one person that says, "Well, the meat seems a little chewy.
Right.
The vegetables are too soft.
Yeah, there's always that
are lumpy."
There's always that one person. It's like, oh, what do you do for a living? I'm a comedian. Oh, so you're a clown? No.
No, I'm not a clown. I'm a comedian.
There's a difference. Yeah, I did not know that he was I see he said, heaven forbid you send a shot to Matt where the horizon isn't perfectly straight. I don't know how I've never seen one of his critiques. Is that something you have to pay for? Because I know Fro's critiques are like a few $100s or something.
I don't know if Matt charges for his.
No, Matt doesn't charge. He'll send out a notice that he's looking for people to send images to him to critique on his show. I mean, I never have, because I mean, I don't, he has a certain genre of photography that isn't what I shoot. So I'm like, I don't send anything in, but I've never watched his to see.
Yeah, I've never even seen one come up.
He may or may not be when he talks about somebody else's work.
I do shoot that style of photography, but I would never.
Okay,
I would never send my photos.
So with him, I think he sees himself as a teacher, and that's why he's going to nitpick and pick everything he can get out of the photo and talk about, and he'll crop it or whatever, edit right on screen to show them what he thinks it needs. And I don't like that, but I mean, that's his whole purpose for his critiques is people go there, they think they're going to learn something or hope they're going to learn something or whatever. All right. Let me see if I can get back here to my screen. So there's the color version of the black and white that we were looking at earlier.
I see what he's saying, how it's totally different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, what's interesting, I think in the black and white, the highlighting of the hair behind his wife's head and running and going down to her shoulder shows up more in the black and white.
Yep.
I like it. It's very warm. I like it.
I think the hot spot is less of. I think it's less distracting in color, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
It is
because it's got some warmth to it.
But besides the hot spot, though, I do like it better in black and white because I think that bench catches my eye too much in color, but the hot spot catches my eye too much in black and white. So, I guess I can see the purpose of having both.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I like what Gustavo says there. The best compliment is, I wish I would have taken that picture. Yeah, saw many of those today. I have too. I agree with you, Gustavo. This is Rakesh. This is out at Yosemite. Rakesh, I don't know if you're still in here, but considering you sent me the photo recently, you may be
I'm going to give you the best compliment I have for a picture. Savage.
Yeah.
Well,
love
that rock in the middle on the left-hand side, when I'm looking at it, I almost see like I picture a creature.
Yeah.
The way it's shaped. So
Yeah.
I almost picture a snake or some kind of animal in that formation, that rock formation, which is kind of neat.
Hey, good night, Tony. Again, thanks for the photo and thanks for sharing your insight here in the chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Have a
Take
good
care,
night,
buddy.
sir.
Have a good one, Tony.
Very nice, Rakesh. Very nice. Glad you got a photo in. Well, I just needed to do that so I can go
You
out.
just wanted to see the blade of grass. That's all, Chuck.
Exactly. Well, there we go.
Oh, nice.
All right,
Yeah.
Maz, tell us all about it.
He's going to be insulting. He's going to say that was me when he came over to visit.
I like the profile on this. I like the grass in the mouth, everything.
Yeah, I like the side profile of gorillas because you can really see like the protruding eyebrow. You know,
I think it's great.
that's good separation from the background.
Yeah. I've seen so many good photos tonight, though. I mean, it's just fantastic.
And Mozman said exactly what you thought he was going to say. Just to pick up Jeff.
Oh, he did. He did. Son of a gun. He did. Well, I'll tell you, it's scary how much we think the same about a lot of things. I mean, I joked with him. I says, "You're my adopted brother that lives on the West Coast," and I said, "We think so much the same, and we have the same wacky sense of humor. He's a pleasure to be with. I really have a good time with him."
San Diego shot with a 404.5.
That's a great lens.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll have one. I just don't. I'm gonna wait for somebody to have buyer's remorse. Got to wait for because like there's no way you're gonna get a new one if I order it now. I'm not gonna get it forever. So I'll just wait for somebody to be like, "Oh crap, my wife found out that I bought the 404.5. Now I gotta send it into KEH."
Man, that's great, Moz, man. Thanks for sharing it, buddy. The ear, it looks so human. Truly, it does.
It does.
Yep. Yep. All right, man. Man, we had a bunch of photos tonight. Look at this. What time is it?
Wonderful stuff tonight. Absolutely phenomenal. This is a good way. This is definitely a good way to start off a month, Chuck.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I agree. All right, so let me do this.
It's all downhill from here, boys.
Yeah, that goes.
All right, so we're going to run through them all real quick. Just a recap. I really like that. Again, I don't know what it is, whether it's...
Yeah, that one's cool.
But I like it. Mr. Ted just about got that heart shape between the two.
It's good enough for me. People got heart tattoos that look worse. So
again, this is one of those photos I love. This would be a beautiful print, I think. Love this.
Yeah. This one's awesome. Yeah.
Yep. It's just
the colors.
It's just perfect. It's one of those things that you just catch and you say, okay, I got to have a photo of this. And the composition's fantastic. Beautiful.
That was good.
That one I don't like.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Bird's upside down. Bird's confused, I mean,
it's upside down.
Upside down.
Yeah.
No, David, that's beautiful, man. That's a great catch.
Really, buddy.
The lighting on it's so cool. I love it.
That's really what I like about the picture the most. Is just the lighting.
Yep.
And then Mr. Miles, man.
Excellent portrait of Jeff.
Yeah. That was when I was in a good mood too. That was one of my better
that was before your roof blew off.
And I can't look at this one long. I get spooked by stuffed animals. Just,
I want the money balls there. What are?
yeah, the money balls. Yeah,
I do too.
We didn't look at this one.
Yeah,
I don't remember this one.
Where did this come from?
I don't know. I don't remember that one.
Whose photo is?
The clouds are wicked, though. Whoever that.
That's Greg. That's Greg Corkers. How did I miss? Oh, he just sent it in. He sent it in like Greg. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, that's a Costco. I think on the right hand side. I think it says Costco.
Yeah, do.
Yeah,
Wow.
Sky's on fire. I love
I
it.
haven't seen clouds like that in Kansas pretty much the last 2.5, 3 months.
No, yeah, we haven't had any.
No,
So that's another. He's out and about, maybe at Costco, and wow, can't miss the sky. Oh, we're gonna hear. Hang on just a second. All right, sir. Go ahead.
You got to answer the phone first, Chuck.
Good. Hello.
Well, good evening. How are you all doing, AT Studio?
Yeah, we're doing well, sir. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Are you hearing an echo? I think I turned my volume down on my stereo.
Yeah. Turn your volume down on the feet, or or we get the echo and the background echo.
Well, I want to say thanks so much for having a look at my photo. It's just really great to be a part of this community. As you all are just really inspiring. And this was just a snapshot I grabbed. Well, I probably took 30, 40 exposures, but yeah, I was at Costco, and it was a few days ago. I got to say, we have some really intense skies. Every once in a while, it's not all the time. Matter of fact, to me, the thing about it is the white balance looks, when I look at it on a big screen, it looks just really intense. But I got to say that it felt like that outside. I mean, that's really why I stopped to take some photos of it.
I think that image. I look at that image and I think of that's what it's going to look like when hell takes over the earth.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like Armageddon.
I mean that's like the end. The end is
Armageddon type.
And Costco is going to be the last stand.
That's it. Know? Yeah.
Well, usually in Kansas, if we see skies like that, that means California's on fire.
So where do you
usually
live,
something
Greg?
burning?
I live in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
really?
Nice.
I mean, that's like a picture of out of like a Stephen King movie or something.
Yeah.
No, it is one of those photos. My guess was that you're out and about doing your thing or whatever, and you see the sky and you just have to capture it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes, that's it. I have a thing about sunsets, and I'm always impressed how really the most intense looking sky, I feel like, often occurs, 15, 20 minutes after the sun actually goes down.
Right.
So I guess probably down for 15 there.
I've had this happen here in Connecticut a few times when you're right, just as the sun goes over the horizon and there are plenty of clouds and it just gives you that beautiful red, looks like the sky's on fire.
Yes, it does. But just a snapshot, but I thanks a lot for showing it. And
I forgot I had downloaded it earlier and I didn't go back far enough to find it, and I'm glad we did the recap, just going through the reviewing what we had seen already. I think it's just fantastic, man.
This beyond just the picture, the reason this inspires me is because last year, about 98% of the time, every time I left the house, I had a camera on me, but I haven't done that much this year. Like I used to always take my least expensive camera and my least expensive lens. That way I just had something just in case. And this tells me that I need to get back into always having a camera on me, because you just never know in Kansas. Like I said, last 3 months, it's been boring, but you never know.
I got to say, that's very much my strategy. I don't really get to go out and just focus and take photographs, plan and shoot as much as I like.
So really, a lot of my images are just ones of opportunity, either out driving around running errands or even walking around my yard. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, I like it. I really do. And I really appreciate you sending it in, Greg. Sorry we didn't see it on the first go around, but I know that you sent it in a little bit later, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I was too late. I was way late, Chuck.
No, that's
It took
okay.
me a while to kind of figure out which one to send, but yeah.
Well, that's okay. I'm glad you sent one. And I like it.
Scary sunset of
Thank you.
2022, man.
Yeah, good job. Very good job. I'm feeling a little hot right now.
Yeah.
It does have that kind of warmth.
I feel like I need to pray.
All right, Greg. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Thanks,
Thank
buddy.
you. You all have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Better make sure you didn't miss any others there, Chet.
That's what we're going to do right now.
Yeah, fly through them all.
And then I'm going to go to bed because although I'm the youngest here, I feel very old.
I'm glad we do that to you.
Yeah.
Gustavo, great photo.
Yep.
Love this.
That one's cool.
Wicked.
All right. So the cat just
I would have swore that was a person behind her.
Oh my God, Chuck, your cat is huge.
He is. He's a big boy.
The Maine Coon? It's
Yes,
still on the cover.
Yeah.
that's
Thank
exactly
God.
what he is.
That tail's like a baseball bat. If it whacks you, it's going to knock you out.
Yeah, and
just
also your microphone is going to be funky.
He's just a big baby.
Oh, he's huge.
He's a big baby, aren't you?
Guard your M&Ms, though, man.
All right, get down. That was it. That's all he wanted to be in the show. There you go.
Mothman. I thought Gustavo's fox jumped on Chuck's lap.
I think that when the fox came up, he came in there and started whining. I guess he saw it on the screen.
Yeah, that's a fine pet coyote you got there, Chuck.
Yeah, my bobcat. Yeah, I love this. I love the creativity in it. I like the color. I just think it's fun. I really do.
Yeah, super cool.
And now I got to get the cursor back up here. And we can continue. Jeff and Leslie, the elk.
Bugling elk.
If that had been 2 months later, as he's bellowing, bugling, that the condensation in the air off his breath would have, that would be just
that'd be
a
sick.
phenomenal photo.
Be sick.
And Joe, man, Joe just knocks it out of the park for me anyway. I just love his style.
Joe coming in, making everybody feel bad. Next, please.
Check out his page. It's awesome.
These are the inspirations, people sharing photos for all of us to get out there. Jose, thank you for sending us a photo. Love it. I just love
in
the fact
Puerto
that
Rico.
Yes. Down there where F-stoppers now emanate from. And the fly.
The fly.
Help me.
Yeah, help me. The black and white original of that movie was was cool for today. Yeah. I'll tell you.
Yeah. Oops.
That's a flattering shot there, Chuck.
Yeah.
Cooper's
hog butt. That's a nice butt shot. When that's a forgivable butt shot because he's got a good side view of the rest of the bird. So that's fine.
Look at those talons.
I mean, yeah, those claws, gonna be some nice scrapes on that rust when he flies off.
And now we know the orange-eared or orange-eyed Eurasian eagle or whatever
owl.
Eurasian eagle owl.
Owl.
I'm assuming that's the only thing I could find.
And Mr. Weston with his creativity.
Man, I thought that was fireworks when he first pulled it up the first time.
Too.
Yeah.
And he said something about that. You must have said something because he said that was the intent,
Yep.
Beautiful owl photo.
That is an absolutely unfair shot. that
Yeah.
I didn't get it and somebody else did.
That's what Gustavo said. The most flattering thing people can say is, I wish I had taken that.
Yeah. I just want the opportunity. Come on.
Nightscape with the trees in the foreground.
Yeah.
There's the color version. As we, it was sent later. You can definitely see what he was talking about. Mr. Paul's photo of
Yeah.
our avid golfers out here, out in Yosemite, the waterfall on the rock. I love the processing in this. I love the black and white, but you know,
This actually,
not all people can process a photo to black and white.
this kind of reminds me. I don't remember who the photographer was, but the Phantom photo is the most expensive photograph ever sold, and it reminds me of that. It sold for $2.6 million.
I think this is Rakesh's photo. And the question for Ray, when he watches this, hope he'll drop a comment. I want to know what kind of bike that is. I don't know what an HRD is, but I like it.
Mozman spoke up in the comments about it.
Yeah. It's a,
He said
yeah,
something about it's an English bike started in the 20s or something, or 30s.
Cool.
I want to know if it's moving.
I just don't think it is.
I don't think it is either, but
it
because even
be.
the spokes are so thin, it seems like it would be obvious if it was moving because they're so thin. You should be able to see the movement.
That's depending on the shutter
spokes. I think someone's just posing on it.
Yeah.
T-Mid said he sent a photo in. Hang on a second, guys. I got to go check real quick. Find my cursor again. All right, Mr. T-Mid. Yes, I have it now. Oh, there's another photo. Jose sent in. Another Jose. All right. Which one, T-Mid? Sitting against the tree, standing in the field, or standing next to the wall? Your call. No, I think I'm going to.
Yeah, Mozman and Roy Bixby both said HRD is an old British make.
Okay.
1920s, from the 1920s.
Hang on a second. Let me get this one downloaded. Oh, move to. Thank you.
I'll be right back. I think the popcorn was a bit much for the hound.
All right. Got it. Next. Come on.
Sorry I'm sideways, people, but I got to stretch my leg out or I get cramps after a while. I'm an old guy, you know, so I got to sit sideways and stick my legs out.
I know exactly how that goes. I turned 32 this year and I've already had one minor back surgery, so I get a little stiff too.
Dang, you are young.
I know.
32? You're too young to be on this show, man.
I feel like the longer I'm here, like the longer I start to smell like chocolate Ensure.
The longer you're here, the older you get.
I almost have a son your age, and I'm only 52.
Yeah, my son is both my sons are older than you are. Jeez. You child.
I have no sons. I have no daughters. I have a lot of Nikon gear, though.
Well, that's because you have no daughters.
Well, I don't know. Demon's got a $15,000 lens on.
I got two boys and a lot of Nikon gear.
You know, with that 400 f2.8 on the way, I think your family might be getting tired of baloney, man.
Well,
hey, they got to sacrifice somewhere.
He's lucky. He's lucky. He's very lucky that his wife shoots with him. That makes a big difference.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
a very big difference. It gets really expensive.
The black and white version. We got it. Mr. Roy Bigsby with I love the color.
I didn't realize he was a flower child.
This is a picture of the way I feel right now.
Yeah, time for bed.
Yeah.
Mr. Mink by Selective Imagery.
Yeah, that jabroni. Who's he? Is he in the comments still?
Yeah.
No, he left long ago. He's a
It's
waste.
a good shot, Jeff. I like that one a lot. That's probably my favorite that I've seen of yours so far.
Yeah,
I like
it's
this.
nostalgic, man. It just reminds me of Tron.
Yeah.
We talked at length about
I like that photo.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Same.
Puzzle, man. It's got to be a puzzle.
Can't get over the color in this. Fantastic. Mr. Woody's photo of the not crow.
Not crow, eagle.
Hey guys, next month, the first Saturday of the month, let's try to do less pigeons and more variety.
Okay, next photo is not going to be a bird for me. I'll surprise you.
And now I got to go back through the beginning here to get to the new photos that T-Mid sent. Hang on. You cheat and just open up well, I may have to.
That's all right. We just wanted to see them all again, Chuck. It's all good. Plenty of good stuff to look at.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Go this way. Now go back. Let's see if it's added the photos. Yep. Mr. T-Mid. Here you go.
Excellent lighting as always.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
T, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I see the catch lights. So just tell me what the
I like that little curl in the sidebird.
hang on a minute. Yes, sir.
Hang on a minute.
All right.
What's going on?
What do you say, buddy?
Wonderful shot, my friend. Really beautiful.
Hang on a minute. What's going on?
You have to turn down your feed in the back.
He's in a loop.
Oh, you're getting the feed on the back end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I should be able to hear me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. Don't hear it now. We're good.
Okay.
So I chose the one of her standing against the fence there. I like it.
Oh yeah. Either one would have worked. I just gave you some variety to choose from.
But I like this. So which light are you using?
Oh, so this is the Godox 8200, and I had a 36-inch beauty dish and camera left. And this was when I had took a trip to Kentucky.
Down there, my stomping ground.
Yeah, so up here in Maryland, if you don't really know, you can get those barns, but it's private property most of the time. So I had stumbled across this at a park, so I had to use it.
I'll tell you what, she's beautiful, and you did a great job capturing her.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was like, but she definitely stole the show.
I'd say so.
You know what I think is what I think is excellent, and I don't know. Actually, on the non-flash side, there's like the perfect amount of light. I guess it's maybe bouncing off of the light-colored barn wall, but it's just absolutely perfect. The amount of shadow that is on her left side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just enough to be moody, but just enough where you could still see some detail, right?
Yeah, it's a very, very soft transition.
Well,
and it makes for an excellent beauty shot.
Looking at the catch light in her eyes is the only way you know that there's a light source here.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't know.
No, it's very good. It was,
very subtle, very subtle.
It looks natural light.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's the thing.
The sky is perfectly exposed. You know, the background lighting is perfect. You know, everything is balanced well. You know, really nice.
Yep.
Now with you, so this was a overcast day. So I typically don't do this, but in this particular photo, I had to do a sky replacement.
Now I'm zooming
Oh
this.
no!
We were just talking about how everyone in here are purists, right?
You
No,
did,
just
you did a
kidding.
great job on it, man. It looks
Totally
great.
kidding.
It looks natural.
Yeah. Yeah, I typically don't like doing that, but I for this particular photo, the overcast sky was not giving it justice. So I said, let me try to add a little bit with the sky.
Yeah, yeah, probably just look like a gray square there.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
What about over here on the side of the barn? Is that shadow or is that just different kind of foliage?
Yeah, so that is shadow because what I was dealing with was the cloud. The sun was coming out the clouds on and off.
Okay.
So it was changing so drastically.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a fantastic shot. But I mean, come on, we're talking about T-Mid. When do you?
T-Mid's always got that lighting down, man.
Yeah. When do you not knock it out of the park?
I appreciate that, man.
Very humble. Oh, it's not a big deal. I was really not. I wasn't even. No, the worst part is, it's almost like, why don't you just say, I wasn't even trying, fellas. It was just so easy. Like, you know, we're gonna like, okay, cut them off. That's it.
No, you know what I will say is that I actually, so I did use a ND filter with these shots, so that came in handy as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so that 8200 definitely that was my first flash that I bought, and it still comes in handy.
Well, I'll tell you what, the 8200 is a very handy flash. I mean, it really is, and it works extremely well.
And it gets the job done.
Yep.
Tremendously.
Oh,
well.
Mozman's taking a shot at you, buddy. He says, well, you know, now he knows what NASA really stands for. Needs another sky always.
For those of you that don't know, we are talking to a NASA engineer here, Mr. T-Mid.
Hey, listen. Chuck said he wouldn't have known if I didn't say anything. So now I take it back. That's a natural sky, Chuck.
All right. Good answer, man. No, you did a great job. I don't know, Photoshop's doing a great job with the sky replacement thing, but yeah, it matches the photo. I mean, it's perfect. It's believable.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I at least wanted it to be believable.
Yeah, and it is, I think.
Glad you didn't use the red sky that was in the other photo that we just saw, because that would have
been the hell on earth one. Yeah,
hell on earth sky, that would have been spooky. Yeah, use that sky in it and then see what you think.
So have you seen the other photos? Did you happen to catch the other photos? What'd you think?
Yes, I actually was going through all of them with you. That one I was definitely mesmerized with, because those colors right there.
Yeah.
I was like, and I seen Jeff said that's hell taking over.
Yeah. I think
it
that's
reminded
what's
me
so
of
good
like
about
South Park cartoon.
Right.
Just composite Z Wade's photo on top of that one. There you go.
I think that's the thing about doing these is there's so much inspiration that comes out of it. You know, you just step back and say, "Hey, I want to do that too," or "I want to shoot something like that," or whatever. I think it's great. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and the fact that people can find a lot of inspiration out of others' photos. You know, and that's a thing that kind of helps as a catalyst to keep creating.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It may not be your genre, but there's something you're going to see that you're going to think, no, that's cool. I want to try that, or I want to apply that to something else.
Exactly. Like I see that disco makes me want to go to a party.
Yep. Yep. Oh man, we had some great photos in here today. I've just enjoyed it so much. Hey, T-Med, thanks for sending the photo. I know you had told me you had, and I had to go over and check and get it downloaded again. But man, thanks for jumping in here with us.
For sure. Thank you for having me.
No, absolutely. If you guys don't know, get over to T-Med's YouTube channel too. He talks about lighting quite a bit. He shoots live, so you get to see what he's doing, and I mean, it's another learning channel there. You get to see some beautiful models as well.
Oh yeah, that's the key point, huh?
Well,
that's the selling point.
You can't deny it draws an audience.
And somehow he finds a barn in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
puts a beautiful model in the picture, and doesn't get arrested for this.
Yeah. But, I mean, I will say it's not hard to find a barn in Kentucky. All right, T-Med.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Awesome photo.
Y'all have a good night.
You too, buddy. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Look at Mossman. Is the barn real?
Yeah. He did a barn replacement.
Adobe, you need to step up your game.
She's really like, and there's a green screen behind her. I think it's all fake, right?
Man, this has been a lot of fun. It really has, as always. I don't know where we left off, but
I think we went through all of them.
Yeah, we did,
which is great because I am super tired.
I am too. But
4 hours. Woof.
All right. This is why we don't do 2 and 3 photos per person.
No. Be like, no.
Oh, man. Hey, gentlemen, I think that's about it for me. A fantastic audience tonight in the chat. And I always appreciate everybody over there. We'll go around the horn real quick. One last, just to take us out. D Moots, you want to talk about your channel real quick so everybody can find it?
Yeah, D Moots Photography on YouTube, wildlife based, but you never know what you're going to find on my channel.
Upside down birds, baby.
Yeah, that's where it's
Jeffrey.
Selective imagery. Probably going to be a little slow for a while. I've been out of commission for a week and a half or whatever, but and got to wait for the floodwaters to go away to be able to get more pictures. So I may throw in something that was from a early video shoot that I did when anhingas were nesting that I never published. So I may just throw that out to have something out there later in the week, but I probably won't really get out there to get anything till maybe the middle of the week when things start clearing up down here a little bit better with the water levels.
Well, I hope it gets better for you guys down there quick, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'm just glad I got the roof fixed because I put a private chat to you guys saying that it was raining outside, and the other guys that said they were going to show up today that didn't said, oh, it's not going to rain till Monday or Tuesday. We got plenty of time to come out. Good thing my neighbor saw the guy working on somebody else's house and called me up and says, I'm giving them your information. And they claimed on the roof. They said, here's what it's going to cost. I said, fix it. Do it.
Good, man. Good.
Good thing.
Z Wade.
Yeah. YouTube Z Wade photo. If you want the full breadth of my work, it's zwadephoto.com. Got some cool stuff coming to the digital products on my website. I haven't said anything on my YouTube yet, but some cool stuff coming up there real soon. If you haven't seen my channel, there's a lot of older stuff that's gear, but mostly walking with me to the photo shoots and seeing the actual stuff that I shoot. and I can feel myself about to rant and ramble because I'm tired, and so I'll just kind of cut it. I'll kind of cut it there. Oh, if you like pigeon photography, you won't find it on my channel. I'm sorry, but no, mostly portraits and stuff like that. So, and landscape stuff, macro.
I have to comment to T-Mid's statement to me. Hey, Jeff, want me to send one of my models down there to you? Absolutely not. I am not going through any more cardiac stress tests. That would kill me. I would be dead. Don't send me anybody that looks that nice. I'll just keel over.
Me and you, T-Mid, one of these days in my YouTube future, me and you are going to collaborate on something. It's going to be a blast.
Hey guys, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for being in here tonight and hanging in here for the long haul, getting through the photos. I say getting through them, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think you guys have already stated you did as well. There's a lot of inspiration that comes out of this, for me anyway, and I hope everybody else feels the same way. Hey, I want to thank everybody that's in the chat again. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging in there. For all of us on the East Coast, it's getting late, especially for us old men, or at least I'll speak for myself. Go ahead, Z.
One quick thing, Chuck, because we all got to plug our YouTube channels, and since we're on Chuck's YouTube channel, and so you already know where you are, make sure you like it and subscribe if you haven't already.
Here's the one guy that's too young to be with this group. This guy right there.
My hairline is age appropriate. Okay, let me have this.
Hey, until you go to the bowling alley and you put your head in the buffer, you ain't qualified yet.
You guys are too much. And yes, please, if you would drop a like, if you're still in here with us, drop a like. It just makes me feel good. And I feel like I'm actually doing the right thing. And if you really like this community, and it is a great community, as you can already tell, if you've been in here for a while, looking at the chat, looking at the people on the screen, consider dropping a subscription. We're going to continue to grow the community. I'm a little afraid as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger that it's going to become more difficult to keep it personal, with everybody. But we'll do the best we can. Again, thanks for everybody joining tonight. Another fantastic photo review. We do it again next month, the first Saturday of next month. So just remember that the photos that come in first come up on the screen first, and you can get in and get out of here. All right. I say that, but just make sure you put something about photo review or something like that in the subject line, because I get so many emails a day. And one of these days, I'm going to get me a separate email account just for this. But right now, that's what I have to deal with. Again, thank you, all the guys on the panel tonight. Thanks for being, very constructive with whatever you had to say. And I'm sure everybody else feels the same way. God bless you all. And I will see you Wednesday afternoon for the Wednesday afternoon show, especially for those that are in the European theater. It's a little more convenient for you, but thanks for everybody else for hanging in here again. I have nothing else. Anybody got any parting wisdom?
No.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have a great
I think
night.
everybody's ready to go to bed.
Your photos.
Thank you, Nora. I appreciate that. And everybody else, everybody else that helps out with the channel, I think it's fantastic. Love you all. Have a great rest of beginning of the week, and I will see everybody Wednesday afternoon.
Later, y'all.
Yep. Ciao.
Bye-bye.